شكرا. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the final day of Sacla 2020, and we want to thank you for your attendance and especially for your participation in the Q&A up till now. I'll hand it over to George when that time comes for Q&A. But for now, let me first introduce the couple of interesting talks that are happening during this first session. So the first talk is authored by Calvin Mayer and Hussein Suleiman, and it's on answering student programming questions using domain-specific search. Welcome, Hussein. Would you like to check whether your sound is working before we get started?
Sound check.
Oh, that's good. So let's give it around another 30 seconds or so before I give the go-ahead. Um, so you can probably share your screen so long. Good, good. Go for it.
Thank you, Dan, and thank you to Sacla for hosting this. It has been a very interesting experience, and it is all going extremely smoothly. My name is Hussein Suleiman. I'm from the University of Cape Town, and I'm presenting this paper on answering student programming questions using domain-specific search. The technical work was done by Calvin as some kind of second-year project. So to dive straight into this, what is the problem we are trying to solve? Well, there's a couple of different ways of thinking about this. The first fairly obvious thing is within year repetition. You have some kind of a discussion forum for your course on your learning management system. And in the same class, in the same year, multiple people ask this a particular question over and over again. Right? So we want to try to avoid this. The other problem we want to try to address is across year repetition. So somebody asks the same question every year. And I taught our first year course for many years, and eventually you realize that you are going to be asked the same questions and you somehow have a canned answer. You'd really like somebody to be able to refer to back to a previous year. And the third problem, and this is from an example from Stack Overflow, where somebody asks a question, and it turns out the answer to that question has been provided in another formulation. So you want to provide references to say, actually, you need to go off and look somewhere else to get the answer. So what we're asking in this project is, can we address all of these problems? And the key research question is, can we use information retrieval in order to do this? Now, many people may not be familiar with the concept information retrieval. It's a subdiscipline which is concerned with providing users with relevant information to meet their information needs. And the most popular conception of information retrieval is search engines. So if you go to a search engine like Google, you type in information retrieval. I'm not sure if you can see that on my slide at the bottom. What Google gives you is then a list of results. And the results are ranked in order of probability of relevance in some way. The things you're looking for are probably somewhere at the top of the screen. So a lot of people who haven't seen this before often ask, is this not just a database? Well, it isn't. It is related, but it isn't. And fundamentally, an information retrieval system can search through different types of data. You can search through structured data. You can actually have information retrieval facilities in a database, and many modern databases have this. You can also search through semi-structured data, and you can search through unstructured data. And this is where it has been most useful for the semi-structured, unstructured data in terms of things like web content. Another thing about information retrieval as compared to database is that your queries are often imprecise. You have an information need, not really sure what your information need is, and then you construct a query where you're not really sure what the query is either and how this matches the information need. So there's a lot of imprecision in this system. And the next thing about an information retrieval system is that you will get a list of results in most cases. And your more relevant results are likely to be higher up on the list. And this is the nature of how these things will work. You wouldn't just get a closed answer to your question like you are likely to get with a database. So how do these systems work? Well, IR algorithms work by two basic processes. The first process is something called filtering. And with filtering, what you want to do is you want to remove all of the results that don't match. So assume that you have the entire world of data at your disposal. You remove everything that doesn't match and you're left with a smaller subset. And we use something called inverted files in order to do this efficiently. This slide covers 50 years of research by thousands of people. Let me say that. Inverted files, the technology for inverted files that Google invented was called MapReduce. And it has since been used all over computer science for all kinds of other things as well. So there's a lot of detail I'm skipping over, but I'm talking about the basic concepts. So you filter first, and you end up with documents by removing all those documents that don't contain, let's say, the words information or retrieval. Then you want to rank your results. You want to sort the results by probable relevance. And what we are looking for is this notion of aboutness. So a document that is more about your query should be higher up on the list. And how do we go about doing this ranking? So there's a number of different things that we want to use in order to determine some kind of score for the document that can tell us how to rank these things. The first factor or attribute that is most common in information retrieval systems is something called term frequency. So how many times does a term appear in a document? So if we have a document that contains the word information many times, it would be probably more relevant than a document that contains the word information once, as an example. Then we often use something called inverse document frequency, which tells us that words that are extremely rare are more important. So in the query information retrieval, retrieval is not as common as information. So a document that contains the word retrieval is probably, or more probably, about information retrieval than a document that contains the word information. And we want to factor this into our score. Document length, well, a short document is, and that has the words information retrieval, is quite probably about information retrieval. A very long document could be about all kinds of other things as well. Then there's PageRank, which is what Google uses in practice, where you have links going from one page to another, and you get a sense of an authority for a given page. So a piece of information can be authoritative if lots of other pieces of information point to it. Document source, Wikipedia, we all ask the question quite often, does Wikipedia have some kind of additional boost in its scoring on Google so that it appears higher up on the list? So using all of these factors, and a commodity web search engine uses hundreds of factors, you get a rank for each result, and then you're able to come up with a rank list of results. So coming back to this student questions in programming, how do we then take this notion of web search that many people are familiar with and do the same thing with students asking questions about programming when they are doing assignments, especially in first year? You want a case where somebody asks the question and you get a result or a list of results presented to the user at that point. So in testing this out, we also wanted to incorporate the notion of domain-specific search. So this is a very specific domain. Is there any other information that we can use in ranking the results so we don't just consider this to be the same as web search? And the attribute that we tested here was authority of the posters. So we know who is a staff member and who is a tutor. Can we consider their responses to be more authoritative than responses that come from students? So we tagged the data, and we actually created two data sets, one where it didn't matter who people answered, and another where it mattered, and we took that into account in our ranking algorithm. So we did an experiment in the classical form of experiments in information retrieval. We used Apache Solr as an information retrieval toolkit, took all of the threaded discussions from one edition of the course in 2013 and used that as a document collection. We used the typical features that Solr gives us, like stop word handling, where it ignores all of the common words. And we created an index out of this collection. Then we got a series of questions from the year that came after. from 2014, for this particular course, we extracted 32 questions that students asked. And for each question, we used each question as a query, submitted it to Solar, and we got a list of results, 30 results for each question for the norm case, where we were not considering authority, and for the odd case where we were considering authority. Then we did relevance judgments. So we had two lists of 30 results for each query, and there was some overlap. So we removed the overlap and we came up with a merged list of results. And then we asked 5 users to judge which of these results were relevant in order to answer the query. And we didn't just use 5 users because that would have been a lot of work for them. We actually had about 20 users, and we divided the work and randomized it so that we wouldn't have the effects of some users having skewed results. And then we wanted to calculate how good the systems turned out to be. So we used a few metrics from information retrieval. The common metrics, and there's a lot of metrics in information retrieval. The most common things are recall, which tells you that if you have a set of results, how many of the relevant results did you succeed in bringing into that list that you've provided? Then we have precision, which tells you in the list of results you provided, how many of those are actually relevant and how many are not relevant. Mean average precision takes an average of precision for result lists of different sizes. And by doing this, it somehow incorporates the notion of how good your ranking is. The last thing on the list here, normalized discounted cumulative gain, is explicitly about measuring how good the ranking of the results are. With normalized discounted cumulative gain, what we have is every result has a score, and that score is then moderated based on the position on the list of results. So if that document appears right at the top, then it has a higher score because it's at the top, and if it's at the bottom, the score is decreased. So we calculated all of this, and the first table at the top left tells you what our results were for precision and recall when we looked at 5 results and 3 results. And in this case, you'll notice the precision is about 0.3. What that means is, well, it's about the same in all cases. About a third of the results seem to be relevant, and 2/3 of them are not. But this is only for 3 or 5 results. So the user is not looking at a lot of results. The recall of 0.5, approximately 0.5 in most cases, tells us that we've actually succeeded in finding about 50% of the correct answers from the document collection and giving it to the users in the top 3 or 5 results. That's pretty good. The user doesn't have to look at more than 3 or 5 results, and they can find the answer to the question. The map and NDCG table at the bottom tells you how these 2 algorithms compared. And here there's no obvious meaning for the numbers, except to say that a higher number is better. So it turns out that the auth is always better than norm, which means that if we take authority into account, then we always get slightly better results. Now, I always tell my students that a change in somewhere by, let's say 0.0001 is probably worth millions to Google. So don't think that a small number or a small difference is insignificant. So what does this mean? Well, it means that we can provide students with answers in programming forums using information retrieval. We tested this with 3 and 5 because actually this is something like a query suggestion box. We could have a little pop-up box that tells users, well, here are the 3 probable answers, and we know from this experiment that they're probably going to find the answer to their question. We also know that we can get a small increase in performance using authority. And so this makes us ask the question, what about other factors? What if we looked at how much a student had contributed over the course of the semester? Is that a factor to consider? What about other factor like thread structure? Is a deeply nested discussion actually going to give you the answer, or are you more likely to find the answer in a short question answer format? So these are things that we could also investigate. What can we do in practice? Well, I'm actually shocked that we don't do this in practice. This is the reason why we did the study. In all forums and chat rooms, when a student asks a question, the first thing you should probably do is send the question to an information retrieval system, get a list of probable results, and show it to the user. And if the user finds the answer, they don't have to ask the question. The only time the question has to be posted is if the user doesn't find the answer. And this will have deep implications. So to sum up here, we can give students immediate answers. Now, students like instant gratification. We can reduce work for staff, which is really important when, like in my department, we have 1,200 first-year students. And I know some universities that have more students in their first-year class. So we don't want to repeatedly answer the same question. We can also create a knowledge base across years. So eventually build up lots of knowledge so it becomes a self-help system without any explicit organization. And finally, what we can do is we can exploit all kinds of domain-specific features to give the users better results. Now, there's a very high-level conclusion out of all of this, which says, as we go into the future, we should really be thinking more about information-centric and statistical techniques in our teaching. That teaching should not be just the same thing year in and year out, where we are able to exploit information and we are able to exploit systems that can analyze the information and help us to improve from one year to the next. We should be looking at these as possible approaches. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hussein. Very, very good talk. I think it's very, very important, and it's not just a problem if there are large classes like at UCT, but Rhodes has the same problem. If the same question is asked by the same by different students, of course, there should be a more efficient way to handle that. So very, very well done. I'd like to hand you over to George Wells now, our Q&A coordinator. George, you have the mic.
Cool. Thank you, Dave. Thanks, Hussein. That was a fascinating presentation. I see we haven't got any questions yet on the Q&A channel. Just a reminder to our attendees that if you do wish to ask any questions, please just click on the Q&A button. It should be at the bottom of your screen, and type your questions in there, and we'll refer those to the speaker in each session for them to answer. I've got a couple of queries of my own. As I say, it was a very interesting presentation. Hussein, from the way you presented it, it sounds like this is just a research project, or are you actually using this in real life to deal with student queries?
Well, this was a research project, and it's something we will probably incorporate into the next version of our student discussion forum. So in fact, what we do, so one thing we did, and I'm not sure how much, well, maybe the rest of you are in the same situation. One of the things we did with our learning management system was the first year we had to use the discussion forum. It was so bad that basically we threw it out, and I wrote something from scratch that I thought was going to be more suited to student use. So the Department of Computer Science, we have our own discussion forum, and we can easily incorporate this into the next version.
Right. I see a question has come in from one of the attendees. In your opinion, which would do better, an IR system or a knowledge base for this particular case?
Well, this is usually the case where, I'll give you a general opinion from how information retrieval has evolved over the years. If we have a knowledge base, it's better. If we don't have a knowledge base, then an information retrieval system can basically do statistical analysis of just regular conversation and provide people with answers. And the current way in which research goes, you use a combination. So you exploit the knowledge base if possible. You exploit just the raw text if you can't use the knowledge base. And where possible, you can even take the raw text and try to derive a knowledge base from it. But that's, I think, still at the cutting edge of research.
Okay, cool. Question I had, if one's targeting particularly perhaps first year students, do you have any research results or even just a bit of intuition as to the ability of the users to be able to distinguish between what's a relevant answer and what's an irrelevant answer? If you've given a first year 5 possible answers to their question, just how good's their ability to make the right selection from those?
Well, with this kind of data, I don't know, because we don't have experience having asked first-year students to do this. But I think the fact that they use typical search engines means that they should be able to judge. I think, in our case, the data that we have in this particular paper, we use the tutors in order to assess the relevance, because we wanted to make sure that the data set was clean. We don't know about the first-year students.
Okay. Oh, possibly an interesting research project in itself, I guess.
Yes.
And one final question from my side, I think, before our time is up. You mentioned you'd, from the second year, I think it was 2014, you'd selected a set of, I think, 32 questions to test against the previous year's information that you were using. How did you select those 32 questions? And were you kind of cherry picking them, or did you pick them at random?
No, so what we did was we took a random set of questions, and then we eliminated those things that were clearly not questions, but were simply comments or discussion among the students.
Okay, cool. I see we've had no further questions come in on the Q&A channel. So thank you very much, Hussein. A very interesting presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Back to Dave.
Thank you very much, Hussein. We'll now move on to our next speaker. Thank you for that. So our next speaker will be Vuyo, and he co-authored a paper with Lynn Fucher and Johan van Niekerk, and it's a framework on teaching secure coding practices. So that's what his talk's on. Vuyo, Vuyo, you're online?
Yes, I'm online. Thank you.
Okay, great. Couldn't see you there for a second. You can go ahead and start up your PowerPoint presentation.
Okay, no problem. I'll do so. Please just let me know when you can see my screen.
Yes, it's all good. Just you need to put it into the full screen view.
Yes.
Okay, great. Let's go.
So, morning everyone. I'm Vuyo Mtunyelwa from the Nelson Mandela University, and I'm going to be presenting to you a framework for teaching secure coding practices. So before we can get into the problem, I'll just introduce to you the background of the study. So in general, I think we can all agree that there is an increase in the adoption of technology. But I just want us to look just into 2019 alone, where there was a number of, an increase in information attack, where more than 30, in every 39 seconds, there was a hacker attack, and about, sorry, I think there is my slides, even though I'm presenting, there's a little bit of a problem, because when I click, it seems like they're running on their own.
If you use the scroll button of the mouse, if you move the scroll.
I'm using a presenter, but they're just running on their own.
Okay. Could you just maybe escape and press F5 again and try again?
Okay.
Just make sure you're sharing the correct one. There you are.
Okay, can you see my screen?
In small view, yes, and now in full screen, yes.
Okay. So as I was saying that in 2019 alone, every 39 seconds there was a hacker attack, and more than 40% of the attacks attack small businesses, where over 60% of companies experience some web-based attacks, whether these are small companies or big companies, but they do experience some web-based attacks. Now, if we look at 2020 alone, where the world has been faced by the coronavirus, and in preparing for that, individuals were told to stay at home, which means that there's no meetings that were held, there's no classrooms. And one way to facilitate these was through online measures or meetings. So this means that there's quite a number of connected devices using this software, which is mostly online. So this means that, yes, there is a need for reliable software that is error-free, which means that you're able to conduct or to do what you want to do without having the software crash. And but most importantly, these software need to be safe from cyber attacks. But the reality is that more than 76% of web applications do contain known vulnerabilities. And these vulnerabilities are mostly caused by programmers' lack of secure coding knowledge. And these secure coding practices are caused by vulnerabilities, and they can be, so these secure coding practices can be addressed by incorporating secure coding practices at undergraduate level, but there are a number of organizations that assist in providing these secure coding practices. One such organization is the Open Web Application Security Project, which normally provides secure coding practices or the top 10 vulnerabilities yearly. And an example of that is an injection attack, which the most common one is this SQL injection, where an attacker can modify, for an example, in SQL. And one of these vulnerabilities can be addressed through the introduction of secure coding practices. And for this research, 9 secure coding practices were identified, and most of the research was conducted based on these secure coding practices. And if we look at the 9 secure coding practices for the research, and I'm just going to look at SP1, which is secure practice 1, the use of parameterized SQL commands for all data access without exception. So this, for an example, forbids programmers for using inline. So this recommends that programmers should use parameterized SQL commands. And then the second one forbids programmers for using concatenated SQL strings. So this research identified a problem where software development students at the Nelson Mandela University are not formally exposed to these secure coding practices and therefore do not adhere to secure coding practices. Therefore, in order to address this, the study is going to develop a framework, to improve adherence to secure coding practices through a blended learning approach. And what needs to be addressed is the knowledge, so that there can be that bridge of the lack of knowledge, and also make sure that the behavior is being addressed so that students can have the knowledge and behave accordingly in terms of their secure coding practices. And this research identified 5 research objectives, where the first research objective was to determine what secure coding practices a web application developer should adhere to in the .NET environment. And the second objective was to determine the adherence of third-year software development students to so the second one was to determine the adherence of software development students' capstone projects to the identified secure coding practices. And the third objective was to determine whether or not these students have the requisite knowledge. And from objective 2 and 3, it was clear that students lacking the knowledge and they also lacking the behavior. And therefore, the fourth objective was to design and implement an educational intervention to address both the knowledge and this behavior of students. And the final objective was to determine the effectiveness of the educational intervention on both students' knowledge and the behavior. So this research followed a phased approach with 4 phases, all informed by the secure coding practices that have been identified through a literature review. So the literature review was the first objective, and phase 1 was objective 2 of this research, which was the behavioral analysis. And then the knowledge assessment was objective 3 of the research. And then the educational intervention, which addressed both knowledge and the behavior, was objective 4. And then the final was the verification, which was objective 5. Now, the framework was developed based on the aspects of the research, where the context was firstly identified, where it was web applications, DLL. These web applications needed to be developed in the .NET framework. And once that was done, the secure coding practices were identified on OWASP for the DLL web applications developed in the .NET. Once that was done, there was a pre-assessment where there was first a code review on previous students' projects, and then there was a questionnaire on students to identify their knowledge relating to the secure coding practices. So once there was a lack of that, there was an educational intervention. But before designing the educational intervention, there had to be some theory on both the knowledge part of the intervention and the behavior part of the intervention. So then the theory for the knowledge part was brain compatible, blended learning, and online. Therefore, the online course was developed, which was facilitated through Moodle. And then there were some small quizzes after each lesson was completed. And then for the behavior, there were theory on evaluation, feedback, and checklists. And then a checklist was provided to the students that was developed so that they can do a self-code review. And then once they were done, there would be a peer code review from each students in the group. So there was a verification for both the knowledge and the behavior. So in terms of the knowledge verification, there was an online questionnaire on the overall knowledge of the students. And then in terms of the behavior, there was a code review which was conducted by the researcher. So a proposed framework would be to first define the context where one needs to teach these secure coding practices. And then once the context has been defined, you need to identify the necessary secure coding practices. And then there also needs to be a pre-assessment of both the behavior and then the knowledge of the students. So once that has been done, there needs to be an educational intervention where there needs to be a theoretical grounding of both the knowledge and the behavior. So in terms of the knowledge, there needs to be some learning theory, which is going to inform the knowledge aspect. And there needs to be some knowledge assurance to make sure that the students do go through the knowledge aspect of the intervention. And then there also needs to be some behavioral theory, which informs the behavioral aspect of the educational intervention. And there also needs to be some behavioral assurance to monitor the students' behavior on secure coding practices. And then lastly, there also needs to be a verification to verify the students' knowledge and then the behavior. So there is an increase in the internet devices. Therefore, there needs to be trust in the software that is being developed. And it is clear that both large and small companies are having problems when it comes to being attacked, whether or not they are financial needs, but these software attacks. So one recommendation would be that we need to teach software developers at undergraduate level to help reduce security vulnerabilities in web applications. Thank you for listening to my presentation, and sorry for the small glitches that were happening during the presentation. Thank you.
Not a problem at all, Vio. Very, very good presentation, very well presented. I'd like to thank you for that.
Thank you.
I'm also finding myself moving a bit towards the cybersecurity area now, so I mean, definitely acknowledge that security is very, very important. Let me see, there's some questions yet. I'll send it over to George. Maybe he can think of a few. In the meantime, George, with your big smile, do you have any questions? Actually, one just popped up, so yeah.
Great. Thanks. Just a reminder to all our conference participants, if you do want to ask Vio a question on his presentation, please just click on the Q&A button at the bottom of your screen and type it into the Q&A box. The first question that has come in on the Q&A channel there is, this looks like a very interesting paper. Has this been tested? If yes, what is the feedback and how many students did you have in your test?
Yes, this has been tested. So the initial where there was the pre-assessment that did show a lack of both the knowledge and the behavior, and then after the educational intervention in the verification, so there were about 68 students who participated, where there was quite a lot of improvements in the knowledge. I think the numbers is about above 65% in terms of the knowledge, and then in terms of the behavior, most of the students did adhere, but there was one or two groups of students who lacked a little bit in the adherence to secure coding practices.
Okay, jump into the question of my own. I see there's another one in the channel too. The intervention, did this happen during the third year as part of the capstone project course itself, or was it in earlier years?
So the intervention was during the third year capstone project, where students were provided with the checklist, and then in every form of their web applications that they developed, they were required to do a checklist on their code and then submit that evaluation form together with their documentation. And then once they were done, after submitting their capstone project, so they were now required to go through the online questionnaire where their knowledge verification was done.
Perhaps a little off the direct topic of your presentation, but if one looks at something like the ACM curriculum guidelines, they're suggesting that some topics like security should in fact be embedded throughout the entire course that a student goes through in their degree. It's a little off topic, but I don't know if you've got any ideas about that approach?
Yes, so I did. So I think that's the more recent ACM curricular guideline. So I think in all of the aspects of the curriculum that can be introduced, whether or not it's at first year, second year, or third year of study, or fourth year. But I mean, one might argue that at first year level of study, there might not be the necessary context of embedding these secure coding practices, whether it's databases, introduction to databases, or introduction to programming. But at least if there is some form of awareness that this happens, and then when they are now doing their second year or third year, where they're doing the programming of, the database programming, then there can be some form of training now to say, this is what was being mentioned in the awareness part at first year. So this is how your code can be exploited. And then maybe at fourth year, there can be some form of certification to just certify that this person has gone through a security course or a course within security that is more embedded.
Great. And I see I've got a couple of questions coming through. Kind of someone who obviously has really enjoyed the presentation is asking where they can get access to the full paper. Are your details on the NMU website or one of your co-authors? What would be the easiest way of contacting you for that information?
Yes, the details are on the NMMU website, the ICT stuff, and then they're also on the paper, so I'm not sure how that works.
Okay, cool. Hopefully they'll be able to get hold of you and have a further discussion. Question here. I see one of your co-authors has just responded to say there are previous publications regarding this as well. So there is more information that people can contact you and obtain. The question here, my assumption is that this has been running for at least 3 years, correct? If yes, have you managed to track the coding practice of the then first years who would now be in third year above? I guess they're asking, have you done some sort of longitudinal study with?
No, so for this study in this paper, it was only for, it ran only for 1 year, but now in the future, I'm planning on having to run, for an example, types of interventions where I can see what secure coding practice work and how it can be taught. So there is some discussions on how this can be improved.
Okay. Again, I see one of your co-authors has put in a comment to say there will be a longitudinal study coming up. So yeah, that's really good to know. For you, I think that's all the actual questions we've had regarding your presentation. There's just one more general one. How can we access the Sacla 2020 papers? And perhaps if I can respond to that as program chair. Some of the papers will be selected for publication in a Springer journal, and the decision on that will be made in the next couple of weeks. Once that's been done, then the remaining papers that are not selected for the Springer publication will appear in a conference proceedings, and all the participants will be emailed the information about the 2 publications, the Springer journal and the conference proceedings, at a later date. So we will be circulating those papers in one of those 2 formats. I think that's all the questions and comments that need a response, and has got us perfectly to the end of the session time. Thank you, Vuyo. A very interesting presentation. I'll hand you back to Dane.
Thanks again, Vuyo, for a very interesting presentation.
Thank you very
Both
much.
of these morning session presentations were very interesting, but we are running slightly over time now. We have our next session scheduled for 10 o'clock, so don't miss it, please. We'll see you then. So have a nice coffee break.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back after our short tea break to our second session for this morning. And we have three presentations. The first is by one of our sponsors, Pearson South Africa, and then that's going to be followed by two academic presentations. So for the first presentation, I'd like to welcome Ms. Zimi Mantee, and also, I would also like, on behalf of our committee, to thank Pearson South Africa for their generous sponsorship that has made this virtual conference free to all and able to go ahead. So thank you, Zimi, on behalf of our committee.
Thank you.
Zimi, if you would like to go ahead and share your screen, your time is ready and you may go ahead. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Please let me know if you can see my screen.
Yes, absolutely. You just have to go into slide mode. I can see your screen. Perfect. Thank you very much.
Okay. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I trust we are all keeping safe and warm. I am Zimi and I am the Key Account Manager looking after the Eastern Cape region. Firstly, I just want to take this time to thank the organizers for this opportunity to present today. And I was also listening to the previous speakers and the speakers from yesterday, and that they had such interesting and also relevant topics that they presented yesterday. So thank you very much for organizing this conference. So today I will be presenting on MyLab programming and also MyLab IT. I'll just do a brief introduction, talk on MyLab programming and MyLab IT, the support, and also we'll then do the questions right towards the end. If you have any questions, you can just use the tab called Q&A right at the bottom of your screen, and we'll then answer the questions towards the end. So MyLab and Mastering is a teaching and learning platform that empowers lecturers to reach every student. It helps to deliver learning outcomes that are content specific, as the content is completely aligned to what you do in the classroom. It helps students to quickly grasp concepts and provide lecturers with a set of tools for easily monitoring and addressing the performance of individuals and that of the classroom. So MyLab and Mastering is for institutions that want to provide educators and students with ready-to-use discipline-specific content that can be personalized for their programs to promote more effective use of the virtual learning environment. And it's for educators that want to assign materials and track students' activity and performance through the gradebook, and also to encourage and support regular engagement in learning, which has been shown to improve final exam results. Now, MyLab programming, it consists of a set of programming exercises correlated to the programming concepts and objectives in that prescribed book. And through the practice exercises and immediate personalized feedback, the lab improves the programming competencies of beginning students who often struggle with basic concepts of programming languages. So the lab is arranged with understandable series for each topic in the book, and the level and sophistication of each series gradually increases, keeping the students motivated as they learn. So lecturers can assign homework, tutorials, and also assessments to prepare students for lectures ahead. And also students have the opportunity to practice with interactive content. Students also work through exercises that are short and focused on specific topics within the prescribed textbook, with all their submissions being automatically graded for you as the lecturer. Students can also use the step-by-step tutorial videos to help solve difficult problems, and they can also work through hundreds of short auto-graded coding exercises. Students also have access to their prescribed textbook, and we call it the e-text that is within the lab. Now let's take a look at the features. So we have updated our user interface, which provides now a new streamlined interface based on experience of user feedback. Course creation, configuration, and also navigations are now easier. We've also expanded the exercise editor, which now allows you to easily create new programming exercises. And in addition to assigning the hundreds of programming exercises that are already available in the lab, you can also create and assign programming exercises to customize your course. We've also updated our video notes tutorials, which provides step-by-step video tutorials specifically designed to enhance the programming concepts presented in Introduction to Java Programming. And students can view the entire problem-solving process outside of the classroom when they actually need it the most. We also have the plagiarism tool, which checks for submission rates, average number of attempts until correct, copy and paste rate, etc. Interactive practice provides first-hand programming experience in an interactive online environment. We also have the Pearson eText, which gives students access to their textbook anytime, anywhere. And they're also able to take notes, they're able to highlight, they're able to also bookmark. And in addition to that, the eText also offers interactive and sharing features. So as the lecturer, you're able to share your comments or your highlights with the students, and they can also add their own, just to create a tight community of learners in your classroom. The eText also has an app which also allows existing subscribers to access their titles on an iPad or an Android tablet for either online or also offline viewing. We also have the dynamic grading and assessment, which provides auto grading of student assignments, saving you as the lecturer time and also offering students immediate learning opportunities. It has a dynamic roster which tracks their performance and maintains a record of submissions. The gradebook is also color-coded, which gives you a quick glance of your class's progress, and you can easily drill down to receive information on a single student's performance or a specific problem. The results in the gradebook can also be exported to an Excel sheet to use within your LMS. There's also immediate feedback, which I didn't add to the slide. So for incorrect answers, it actually gives students personalized feedback, differentiating logical and compiler errors. So the errors include both the feedback from the compiler and plain English interpretations of likely causes for that incorrect answer. So the lab is available in 4 different programming languages, which are Java, C++, Python, and also Visual C#. I will be sharing the details of the account managers in other regions towards the end of the presentation. And if perhaps you would like to view an ebook sample of any of these titles, you are free to contact them, or you can also drop me an email. My Lab IT. So My Lab IT offers quality content that was developed by practicing IT educators. It also has training and assessment exercises, which enhances students' knowledge of Microsoft applications and also computer concepts. It has simulated training environment, which allows students to learn Microsoft Office skills. So once they open it, they're able to see a Word document. The system will actually give them instructions on how to open a blank document. It will show them or rather it will give them an instruction on writing a sentence and pressing enter. And then they're also able to also view things like a video if they're not sure how to answer the question, or they can also read up on that specific topic from their e-text within the lab. It also offers help and hints, and it's also automatically graded, and it also provides instant feedback. So what does this mean for you as the lecturer? You can easily assess students' Word, Excel, Access, and PowerPoint skills by assigning projects. And these projects are submitted and they are immediately graded by our My Lab IT Grader engine. So what happens is that they will be able to view the project, they will download it so that they can work on it offline. And once they are done, they submit it online, and then it is then graded and they receive their marks. The engine also captures potential integrity violation at both the document and the content level, which then ensures that students are completing their own work. And for the students, they are provided verified evidence that they have demonstrated specific skills using Microsoft Office. And they also earn badges, which can then be shared on their LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, and other online platforms. And they can also add these to their CVs, leading the students to real opportunities in connecting with their employers. We also have the gradebook, which automatically tracks the students' results on tests, homework, practices. It also gives you as the lecturer control over managing those results and also the grades. It provides a number of flexible grading options, including being able to export the grades to a spreadsheet, such as Excel. It also lets you measure and document your students' learning outcomes. So the grade to date columns and the calculated and the total columns in the gradebook act as a true representation of where the student is to date. So because I won't be going into the demo this morning, I've decided to just include some screenshots so that you just have an idea of how it looks like. So this is a grader submission showing a potential integrity violation, meaning that the student either copied a piece from another student or they submitted another student's document as their own. And if you see right here in red where my mouse is, I'm not sure if you can see it, but in red it says potential integrity violation detected and then show details. So once you click on show details, it then opens up the screen, which is the integrity checker. So like I said, the grader engine has the ability to catch cheating at both the document where the students submit another student's work and also at the content level where a student just copies and pastes a piece of another student's work. So this window would open up and it would say potential integrity violation detected. It tells you the integrity check, whether it was at the document level or it was at the content level. It also shows the students' names and also their IDs. So you're able to notify the student and you're able to also see, for your quick reference, which students these were. So this is just a summary report. This is how it looks like. It shows where the student has lost marks or was awarded points. So the student is able to come and view the summary report just to see where they went wrong, also to see what actually they need to do the next time that they have to do the assignment. And then submissions. As the lecturer, you are able to delete a submission when perhaps a student exceeds the max amount of times that they need to complete an activity, or you feel perhaps that they deserve another chance. So you would delete that submission and then you would allow them to submit again. You're also able to accept late submissions. So students will automatically receive a 0 mark for not submitting on time unless you accept the late submission. So within within here, you're able to accept the late submissions. Then my lab IT badging, which I briefly mentioned, they're able to share it on their social medias. The badges are not official certifications, but they are verifiable proof of certain Microsoft Office and IC3 skills. And also, when they score 90% or above on an assigned application capstone grader project, they then earn the badges. Student view. So this is how the lab actually looks like. The student is able to see what is it that they need to do. They're able to see their score, how long it actually took them, the total time, the number of attempts and the date of their last attempt, and also their status. As a lecturer, you also have access to this information as well. So this is their notifications tab. They're able to see their alerts to do and also their performance. They're also able to see their grades. So if they were doing a test or an assignment or homework activity that they needed to do, they're able to come here and be able to view their grades. And this is the course calendar. And within the course calendar, they're able to see which items are actually due. They're able to see what they have submitted, what they have completed. They're able to see the start date of perhaps the next assignment that they need to do, or the next test that they need to do as well. Support. So we provide product training for lecturers. We also provide training and support for the LMS team. We have scheduled health checks, so just to make sure that everything is running smoothly, especially if you choose to go the LMS route. And we also have something that we call FDOC, which is the first day of class. And this is just a brief training session for the students, just to ensure that they're comfortable with using the lab and actually wait to find support. We also have the support website, which is available 24/7, and also support from the key account managers and also our technical sales lead. So like I said, I will be sharing the details of the account managers. So these are the account manager details across the regions. If you want to get in touch with them, you can send through an email to them, or you can give them a call. Also, if you would like to actually see the demo, you can get in touch with the key account manager in your region, or you can also just drop me an email, or you can give me a call as well. So I'll just leave this here just for a few seconds for you to be able to take down their details if need be. And that brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Zimi. That was very interesting and very informative to us all. And I think that it probably would save us quite a lot of work in some aspects. So thank you once
Definitely.
again for that. You're very welcome to keep this. Oh, okay, you've gone, but you're welcome to keep the screen with the information on it, just in case
Yes.
people have a little bit longer to write the numbers down.
Okay,
and in the
no
meantime,
problem.
I will pass you over to our Q&A coordinator, George, and see if there's some questions from our audience. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you, Zimi. I enjoyed your presentation. I see we have got a couple of questions coming in, and the first one was in fact one of my questions that I'd had as we were going through that. Commenters is a great tool for teaching and assessing students' programming knowledge. This is a multi-part question. The first part is, how can lecturers access the tool? Do you want to respond to that? And then I'll move on to the second part.
Okay, so you would just need to get in touch with myself or the account manager in your region. So what they would do, they'll probably do another in-depth presentation for you, go through the actual platform, so go through the demo, show you how it actually works, and that's how you get access. And then you would then take the conversation further with the key account manager in your region.
Okay, great. It's the second part of the question, which was the one that had occurred to me. Our universities are all using learning management systems such as Blackboard or Moodle. And so the question, is it possible to integrate your platform with those kinds of LMS systems so that there's a central point of contact for our students?
Yes, we do. So we have something that we call custom integration, where we actually send links to the LMS coordinator, and they'll then integrate the program to the LMS, and then the students will just have a single sign in. So when they go into CCT 101, then they'll be able to see the program there. So it's just a single sign in within the LMS.
Okay, great. Is there any possibility, just to follow on from that, of actually hosting it on campus? My reason for asking that's with the whole COVID-19 situation we find ourselves in.
Yes.
That universities' websites have been zero rated for data purposes for students who are having to access facilities from off campus.
Yes.
But that only applies obviously to the university's facilities and not to sites like Pearson's own.
Yes, that's correct. We are, though, in the talks with the telecoms in terms of trying to also get these type of platforms being zero rated, still in the initial stage. So at this point, they aren't zero rated, but the data that is used is very, very low. If maybe you'd be interested, we could probably take it offline. Then I would be able to share with you perhaps the exact, more or less how much data they would be able to use when they're actually maybe uploading an assignment or they're doing a test online, etc. So that information is available.
Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah.
The next question has come in can you give us some indication of the costs for a department to make use of your systems?
It actually depends on a number of factors. Firstly, it depends on whether you want it to be integrated onto the LMS, or do you want it to be a standalone where the students will just have to exit through the Pearson site. It also depends on the number of students that you actually have. And it also depends on whether you want it to be a 12 months access or you want it to be a 6 months access. So those discussions are usually done with the key account manager within your region, which then will be able to discuss the exact pricing for you.
Okay. Another question that's come in. Hi, Zimi, thanks for the presentation. Apart from programming and Microsoft Office applications, are there other courses or programs being offered? And to follow on, can lecturers include their own resources on your platforms?
We do have others. I'm not sure if that is still within IT or computer science, the question, but we do have outside of that. So we do have for your chemistry, your biology, for business management, etc. So we have a number of other tools that are just like this one. And then in terms of their own resources, it would depend in terms of like customizing questions is something that we actually do within the platform. If maybe you don't want to use the questions that are already there, you can customize your own questions. There is a lab, I'm not sure if it's this one specifically, where you can actually upload your own resources. So maybe if you want to upload a link to a YouTube video, etc. So that's something that we also do.
Okay. That's all the questions we've had on the Q&A channel. And there's one fairly specific one I had. I'm not sure if it's something you're in a position to answer because it's possibly a little technical. Your plagiarism tool,
Yes.
does that work for text as well as for program code? Because the way in which one handles plagiarism detection is quite different in those contexts.
Can you repeat your question? Is it for text?
Is it for kind of text, a written document, or does it work correctly for program code, which is quite a different case and needs to be handled rather differently to general plagiarism detection for essays or something, for example?
For specifically my lab IT, it is for text, and for my lab programming, that plagiarism tool is for coding.
Okay, that's good to know. And those are all the questions that I had, and I see we've had no others come in on the Q&A channel, so I will hand you back to Corin. Thank you very much, Zimi. It was very interesting.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Zimi, and thank you for all the questions from our attendees. And again, on behalf of our committee, we really are very grateful to Pearson for supporting this conference, and we hope that we can go forward in the future and see you again at maybe the next conference.
Yes, so, definitely. Thank you so much for having me.
It was a pleasure, and we're very grateful. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye, Karen.
Right. Our next speaker or speakers is actually going to be a video, but I see that Kerry Lynn and Lynn are both online. The paper that they will be presenting is a joint authored paper between Lynn Futcher, Kerry Lynn Thompson, and Apelele Mbukwe, and it's entitled A Cybersecurity Curricular Framework for IT Undergraduates in South Africa. And hopefully this paper will give us an answer to one of the comments that we had just before the break about integrating cybersecurity into our undergraduate curriculum. So Kerry Lynn and Lynn, would you just like to say hello, and then we'll cue your video.
Hi, everybody.
Great. Hi, everyone. Nice to see everyone, and really happy to be part of Sacla, and well done on everything done so far. Things really seem to be going very well.
Yeah, congrats. It's really been run very well. Thank you for all the communication with us. It's been really good.
Thank you both for that, but let's not talk too soon. We still have a few more presentations to go. Okay, I see we're slightly early on our 2 minutes. I assume that our Sacla Zoom coordinator is ready to go. And you ladies will both be available afterwards for questions, correct?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay, and again, just reminder to our audience, there is the Q&A tab at the bottom. So please make use of that and ask many questions. Okay, I think we can go now with a video. So thank you. It doesn't seem we have sound. Can you just add in the computer sound? You can do that on the audio tab, or at least on the sharing tab, share screen tab, just add in the computer sound. Still no sound. Okay, you've got to hit play, sorry.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kerry Lynn Thompson, and my co-presenter is Lynn Futcher. We are both associate professors in the School of IT at the Nelson Mandela University. Thank you for the opportunity to present our paper entitled A Cybersecurity Curricular Framework for IT Undergraduates in South Africa. Now, cybersecurity is the convergence of people, processes, and technology that should come together to protect organizations, individuals, and networks from cyber attacks. And it really has to do with protecting sensitive and confidential information, things like medical information and intellectual property. Now, in the first half of 2019, over 4.1 billion records were exposed through data breaches. And if anything, cybersecurity statistics are showing that these numbers are increasing year on year. And it's estimated that by 2021, the cybersecurity skills gap would have grown, and there will be 3.5 million unfilled cybersecurity jobs globally. South Africa, of course, is not immune to cyber attacks, and as of June this year, we rank third in the world for the number of cybercrime victims. It's been estimated that South Africa loses about 2.2 billion rand each year to cyber attacks, with card not present or CNP fraud being the leading way individual victims are targeted. And malware attacks against more high-profile companies increased by 22% in 2019, which translates to around 577 attempted attacks per hour. So in South Africa, we have the Cyber Crimes Bill, first introduced in 2017, which was approved by the National Council of Provinces on July 1st this year. It just needs our president's signature for it to be signed into law to bring South Africa in line with international laws dealing with cybercrime. However, as highlighted by the Deputy Minister of Communications last year, it is impossible to implement this bill without a fully capable cyber force. There is a need for a concerted and coordinated approach between the private sector, government, and academia to close the cybersecurity skills gap. So with that in mind, the purpose of the study is to propose a cybersecurity curricular framework to facilitate the education of IT undergraduates in South Africa, thereby addressing the growing cybersecurity skills gap. So in order to work towards this, there were 3 research questions that we looked at. Research question number 1, we asked ourselves what comprises the South African IT undergraduate curricular landscape. Research question 2, what are the ACM IEEE cybersecurity recommendations for IT curricula? And research question number 3, what aspects of international cybersecurity documents should be considered in IT undergraduate curricula in South Africa? Right, so in terms of our research design, for research question 1, we used a content analysis to understand the IT undergraduate curricular landscape. The text analyzed in the study was the IT undergraduate curricular documents taken from various university websites. Then for research question 2, we initially used a literature review to identify current literature relevant to IT curricula that seeks to address the cybersecurity skills gap between academia and industry. This was followed by a critical analysis, which was conducted on various ACM, IEEE, and NIST publications to determine the cybersecurity components relevant to IT curricula and the cybersecurity knowledge, skills, and abilities required of various IT roles in industry. And then for research question 3, we used argumentation and the cybersecurity components for IT curricula we had identified, and the cybersecurity gap in IT curricula in South Africa we had identified, to argue towards and model the proposed IT cybersecurity curricula framework. So we have 26 universities in South Africa, 13 of which offer information technology, which is the focus of our study. And of those 13 universities, 5 were included in our study, as these were the universities that had detailed curricular documents available on their websites. So this table provides a summary of the results of the content analysis conducted for those 5 universities, indicating that many of their undergraduate IT modules address one or more of the IT pillars as presented in the IT 2008 document. The main focus of the various IT modules analyzed was on programming, databases, and networking, with a lesser focus on web systems and human-computer interaction. And the coverage of information assurance and security, or IAS, across these modules varied quite a bit, with University 2 and University 5 both showing coverage above 50%, while Universities 1, 3, and 4 showed less than 20% coverage. However, in all cases, the actual depth of the various security topics covered could not be determined, but only that the various modules address security to some extent. In addition, all of the universities, except University 2, appear to offer at least one dedicated security-related module at undergraduate level. Many of the IT curricula of South African universities are based on the outdated IT 2008 curricular guidelines, which makes no mention of cybersecurity. This led us to the identified problem that currently many universities in South Africa have not yet adapted their IT undergraduate qualifications to address the changing cybersecurity demands of industry. Now, various ACM IEEE curricular documents that provide computing curricular guidelines and recommendations emphasize that any institution offering computing qualifications has a massive responsibility to integrate cybersecurity throughout their curricula. We can therefore say that cybersecurity is essential in order to ensure that computing programs meet the needs of industry. It can also be argued that failure to integrate cybersecurity within computing programs might result in students lacking the cybersecurity knowledge, skills, and abilities needed in industry. 3 of these ACM IEEE documents, IT 2008, IT 2017, and CSEC 2017, will be discussed in the next few slides. Right, so the IT 2008 document outlines the pillars of the IT discipline, including programming, networking, human-computer interaction, databases, and web systems. Security was included in this document as a knowledge area called Information Assurance and Security, or IAS, and the importance of security in the IT discipline is emphasized in this document. It is also recommended by IT 2008 that security must be addressed across all pillars of the IT discipline. Then moving on to IT 2017, one of the most notable transformations in this curricular report was the inclusion of cybersecurity, included in both essential and supplemental domains. The cybersecurity essential domain refers to the cybersecurity competencies that all students should achieve while completing the IT program, while the cybersecurity supplemental domain consists of cybersecurity competencies in which students perform more specialized work that is in line with the program goals. We then have the Cybersecurity Curricular Document, or CSEC 2017, which of course is focused on cybersecurity and provides comprehensive and flexible curricular guidance in cybersecurity education. And it very much supports the alignment of academic programs with cybersecurity industry needs. Another document that we felt was important to include when it came to cybersecurity needs is NIST's National Initiative for Cybersecurity Education, or the NICE Cybersecurity Workforce Framework. And it really provides a common language to talk about cyber roles and jobs. And it divides work into categories, speciality areas, work roles, knowledge, skills and abilities, and tasks. And it helps industry to identify, recruit, and develop cybersecurity skills and talents. Now with NICE, an IT qualification that focuses on programming, for example, would have a related software development speciality area and a software developer work role, as shown here. And according to NIST, a student pursuing an IT software development qualification should possess knowledge of secure coding techniques, skills in conducting vulnerability scans and recognizing vulnerabilities in security systems, and the ability to develop secure software. An IT software development graduate should also be able to carry out tasks related to the software developer work role, which could include applying secure code documentation and identifying basic common coding flaws at a high level. The NICE framework is a good reference and would enable IT graduates to satisfy the industry requirements for a software developer if the identified knowledge, skills, and abilities are integrated into the IT curricula. So to show how everything starts to fit together in the development of our IT curricular framework, I'll hand over to Lynn Futcher.
Thanks, Kerry-Lynn, for providing the background and motivation for the study. I will be presenting the development of the framework, which followed a phased approach, incorporating key cybersecurity aspects from each of the ACM IT curricular documents, namely IT 2008 and IT 2017, as well as CSEC 2017 and NIST's NICE framework. The development of this framework involved the identification of the key cybersecurity components from IT 2008 and IT 2017. IT 2008 identified 5 main pillars of the IT discipline, namely databases, human-computer interaction, networking, programming, and web systems. IT 2017 included 2 domains to address cybersecurity, an essential domain and a supplemental domain. The cybersecurity essential domain overarches the IT discipline, similar to that of information assurance and security within IT 2008. This means that the cybersecurity essential domain must be integrated across the IT curriculum, regardless of the IT pillar being addressed. It also shows the cybersecurity supplemental domain, which consists of various cybersecurity competencies in which students perform more specialized work according to the specific program goals. The cybersecurity supplemental domain helps define the purpose and goal of what each IT pillar aims to address. Here we show how the NICE framework can be mapped against the IT curriculum. The NICE framework indicates the relevant cybersecurity knowledge, skills, and abilities that will enable for example, the IT software development graduate to carry out tasks related to the software developer work role. These knowledge, skills, and abilities should be considered in the programming pillar of IT 2008, thereby addressing the cybersecurity skills gap between academia and industry. The CSEC 2017 document presents a cybersecurity model that comprises of three parts, namely knowledge areas, cross-cutting concepts, and disciplinary lenses. The cross-cutting concepts include confidentiality, integrity, availability, risk, adversarial thinking, and systems thinking, while the disciplinary lenses includes information systems, computer engineering, software engineering, computer science, and information technology, which is the focus of this study. The 8 knowledge areas as defined by CSEC 2017 include data security, software security, connection security, system security, organizational security, societal security, component security, and human security. Knowledge areas provide a structure that organizes the content of cybersecurity. Each knowledge area consists of critical and important knowledge that is essential across computing disciplines, while cross-cutting concepts provide an underlying basis for the student's ability to understand the knowledge area. Furthermore, cross-cutting concepts promote the security mindset carried out by each knowledge area. Knowledge areas consist of knowledge units that comprise related topics and their associated learning outcomes. The disciplinary lens drives the application of specific knowledge from knowledge areas and cross-cutting concepts. When mapping CSEC 2017 to the IT curriculum, it is important to note that the cross-cutting concepts align with the cybersecurity essential domain of IT 2017, while the various knowledge areas align with the cybersecurity supplemental domain, providing essential content according to the 5 pillars of IT 2008. The proposed framework acknowledges that there are various computing disciplines that should incorporate cybersecurity education, including information systems, computer science, computer engineering, software engineering, and information technology. Furthermore, it acknowledges that academia is responsible for addressing the cybersecurity skills gap in industry. This skills gap can be addressed by understanding the various niche work roles, together with the associated tasks, knowledge, skills, and abilities required to satisfy these work roles. As academics, it would therefore be important to address the cybersecurity needs of these work roles by considering the guidelines as provided by CSEC 2017 and IT 2017. CSEC 2017's cross-cutting concepts of confidentiality, integrity, availability, risk, adversarial thinking, and systems thinking need to be integrated into all aspects of cybersecurity education, thus forming part of the cybersecurity essential domain. Depending on the focus of the specific module being taught, specific cybersecurity topics and learning outcomes can be drawn from CSEC 2017's knowledge areas, thus fitting into the supplemental domain. For example, a databases module will primarily draw cybersecurity related topics from the data security knowledge area. Similarly, a programming module will primarily draw related cybersecurity topics from the software security knowledge area, but could also draw relevant topics from the component security knowledge area, amongst others. When considering the implementation of the framework from a software developer's perspective, according to NIST, the knowledge, skills, and abilities and tasks of a software developer also focus on security aspects of software development. CSEC 2017's Software Security Knowledge Area focuses on security aspects during the software development lifecycle and provides curricular guidance for IT graduates studying towards the software developer work role. Some software developer knowledge, skills, and abilities, however, are addressed in multiple knowledge areas and therefore may require topics from outside the software security knowledge area to address some of its knowledge, skills, and abilities. IT graduates targeting the software developer position must know software design tools, methods, and techniques. In addition, they must possess the skills to apply cybersecurity and privacy principles to organizational requirements, and should have the ability to develop secure software according to secure software deployment methodologies, tools, and practices. A critical success factor for the implementation of such a framework would be the buy-in from educators. However, there are many challenges when integrating cybersecurity into undergraduate computing curricula. These include the limited time that educators have to work through the existing curriculum without the additional burden of considering security. In addition, it was found that educators are often resistant to change and would have to be motivated to integrate security into their particular modules. Computing educators may also lack the necessary security know-how to enable them to integrate security into the curriculum. In order to produce IT graduates who are capable of making conscious cybersecurity decisions, this study proposed a framework for integrating cybersecurity into IT undergraduate curricula in South Africa. Since cybersecurity needs continue to evolve, the proposed framework provides a structure that aligns IT curricula to the cybersecurity workforce needs by considering the NIST-NIST framework, CSEC 2017, IT 2008, and IT 2017. Furthermore, the proposed framework serves as an academic guide for communicating cybersecurity content to address specific industry work roles. The implementation of this framework could positively impact the development of the cybersecurity workforce in South Africa and reduce the cybersecurity skills gap between academia and industry. The limitation of the study is that the proposed framework has not yet been implemented at a university offering an IT qualification. We also acknowledge the need for further research to identify cybersecurity industry needs within the South African context. Kerry-Lynn and I would like to thank you for your attention and for listening to our presentation. We are now open to any questions which you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kerry-Lynn and Lynn. I'll pass it over to Ed Delaray, who's our Q&A coordinator for this session. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen.
Hi there. Hi, Lynn. Hi, Kerry-Lynn.
Hi, Ed.
Hi.
That was really a good presentation. Your sound went down quite a lot there, Lynn, so I struggled to hear at points. I don't know if it was just on my side. But we've got one or two questions that have come through. It says, someone's asking basically about whether or not you got permissions from the universities that you used it as case studies. Did you get permission from them, or was it public information? So did you have to get access to information that was confidential?
Yeah, that was just really a very preliminary kind of study. And the reason why we only had the 5 universities included was because we purely looked at what information was publicly available on the university websites.
Okay, thanks very much. And then the next one is more of a comment, or maybe a heads up from Andre. He says that your proposal will be very important for the new IT security or IT diploma advisory board proposed by Sue yesterday. So I presume you will be in touch around that.
Absolutely.
Okay, if you could give me a second, another question just come through. Okay, I think this kind of gets to the complexity of the framework and the security specific knowledge that's necessary. How would you actually deal with the knowledge gaps that exist at, say, a first year level with students still struggling with the basics of what a computer is, whereas cybersecurity is quite an advanced topic? Would you introduce it at that kind of level, or is this more something that would be addressed at, say, an exit level? So what's the curriculum aimed at?
Yeah, so from my point of view, cybersecurity especially should be something that's pervasive across, first, second, third year, but obviously pitched at the appropriate level. So, I mean, we obviously find as well, first years are often coming in and they're struggling with the basics just to get comfortable with IT itself. And you don't want to throw in those extra complexities with security. So very much at the first year level would just be awareness. Just letting them know these are the kind of things you should be building into your programs, or these are the considerations with network designs, or whatever the topic is. And then you build on that awareness as you move to second year to third year to try and cover all the cybersecurity topics. So ideally not a security module, just integrated at first year and then second and third, but really just touched on in multiple contexts to emphasize how pervasive it should be in everything we're doing as well.
Very much, Carolyn. Those are all the questions that have come through. So perhaps I can just ask, I noted in your framework that there's a gap between industry and academia that you identify. And because of the complexity of the domain, is there perhaps any scope for bridging that gap by working together with industry, especially since, the complexity of the environments and what needs to be set up to even get into cybersecurity? Is there some scope there?
Yeah, Ed, I would certainly say in terms of that, it would be really important for the universities to work with the advisory boards. I think most universities do have industry advisory boards. And in terms of our own qualifications, to really determine what their needs are. And I think that would be a really good channel. I don't know if Kerry Lynn would like to add to that.
Yeah, and I think just from a student's point of view as well, a closer tie with industry is only beneficial, to get guest speakers in, to contextualize and make what we're teaching relevant to this is what I'm going to do one day, because I think students sometimes see subjects as I'm just going to pass, I'm going to get these credits, and then I'm going to get out there, but they don't see the relevance of what we're telling them, and especially then with something like security, it's seen as this add-on or this extra thing. So if you can get industry to come in and say, this is really important as well, it could help motivate the students in bridging that gap themselves in terms of what they're going to need to be out there in industry as well.
Yeah, if I can just add, I was really excited when George was asking Vuyo earlier this morning after his presentation, asking him about the integration of security into the curriculum and not only having it as part of programming. So, that's a research area that we've been working on for a while, and we're certainly going to be looking into it a lot more with a number of our research students. So it's really an exciting space, a very important space, and I foresee many more people are going to kind of jump on the bandwagon and get involved in this kind of research, and we certainly need it. So I mean, from our point of view, I think Kerry Lynn and I would be really interested if there were other universities who want to join us in terms of any other research initiatives, because I think this is really critically important for all universities, and not just secure programming, but really looking at how we can do this pervasive integration throughout the curriculum.
Definitely.
Thank you very much. As I said, that looks like an extremely complicated but very necessary addition to our knowledge. I haven't had any other questions coming through. So, Karen, I'm going to hand back to you.
Thank you, Ed, and don't blow away. It sounds like the gale has got you just about. Thank you, Kerry Lynn.
Got a hell of a wind format, yeah.
I have two around me. Thank you, Kerry Lynn. Thank you, Lynn. Just a quick comment from myself. I suppose once we now have this wonderful framework that you're working on in place in the undergraduate, it'll then open up the postgraduate to do the postgraduate studies in cybersecurity to be much more exciting and not just the basics, because hopefully our undergraduates will be coming through with vast more knowledge about security. So
absolutely.
That'll then be the next project. Indeed.
Absolutely. So Karen, if we can just end off by once again reiterating that anyone out there who really wants to contact us in terms of, doing further research in this regard, this is our field, this is where our passion is, and it would be really great to collaborate and engage on future projects like this.
Absolutely, thank you. And we have a good attendance, so you might be getting quite a few requests from various people.
Super.
So
We hope so.
again, thank you, ladies.
Thanks so much. Take care, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Right, our third speaker for this morning, for the second session this morning, is a paper co-authored by Nandipa Dilla and Marita Turpin. And the paper is entitled Teaching Problem Solving to Undergraduate STEM Students, a Systematic Literature Review. And I see that we have Nandipa present. Would you like to unmute yourself? And you are welcome to go ahead and do your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you, everyone. I'll share my screen. I hope you can hear me.
We can certainly hear you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Nandipa Dilla. I am a BCom Honours Informatics student at the University of Pretoria, and I co-authored the paper with Dr. Marita Turpin. The paper's name is Teaching Problem Solving to Undergraduate Students, a Systematic Literature Review. This study focuses on how problem solving is taught using problem-based learning to undergraduate STEM students. STEM being engineering, science, computer science or computing, and mathematics. On the agenda, we will first start with our introduction, where we define both problem solving and problem-based learning. We will then look at the research method that was used, our structured literature review process, the research question and other criteria, and then we will also look at the PRISMA flowchart. We will then look at the analysis of findings, the thematic analysis of the findings, and we will then have questions and comments, and then I will then show our contact details. While a number of definitions of problem solving can be found, Martinez defines it as the process of finding a solution when the path to the solution is uncertain. Problem solving also involves an interaction of a person's experience and demands of the task. The generic problem solving process shown below by Kimball, Green, and Stables offers a very basic outline of how problem solving is structured. We will first identify the problem, then do research on that problem, generate ideas, select from the ideas that we have generated, and then look into the details of those ideas, make a solution, and then evaluate the solution that has been found. However, this is a very generic problem-solving process, and it can get more complicated with other problem-solving methods that have been used. Problem-based learning is an active learning pedagogical strategy commonly used in some disciplines to develop general and specific competencies. This is quoted from Hernandez. PBL encourages learning by applying content knowledge and the use of problem-solving skills to solve problems related to a specific discipline. The 6 core features as shown by Barrows of PBL are student-centered learning, learning in small groups, teachers who only act as facilitators in the learning process, problems being the main focus in learning, the use of problems to spur the development of students' critical thinking and problem-solving skills, and the discovery of information through self-learning. Amongst other things, PBL can assist with the ability to connect content knowledge with a real-world application, creating deeper understanding by requiring the use of content knowledge in new ways through collaboration with others, and providing opportunities for students to solve complex problems that may result in new perspectives and solutions to problems. The purpose of the So this is our structured learning process. Here, we first identify the purpose of the systematic literature review, determine our review protocol, carry out the literature search, screen our results, appraise studies, extract data, synthesize the studies, and then review. The purpose of the SLR was to investigate how problem solving was taught using PBL to undergraduate students. In light of the research question, how is PBL used to teach problem solving to undergraduate STEM students? The search term shown below, as you can see, was used in the EBSCOhost database with results limited to only return from master file Premier and academic search complete. The journals of Information Science and African Journal of Research in Mathematics, Science, and Technology were also searched separately and were used in the paper, but not in the findings that I'm going to discuss. The prisoner flowchart, as shown below, reveals the number of texts found through the database searching, and this was used in the analysis of findings after screening and full text review. The inclusion criteria of this particular study were texts that directly answer the research question, texts that focus on teaching using PBL to undergraduate computing or computer science, information system, engineering, and mathematics students, studies that were published in the years 1980 to 2018, and empirical studies on problem solving in computing, computer science, information system, engineering, and mathematics. The exclusion criteria of the study were texts that focus on teaching problem solving for STEM subjects, but that teach it to non-STEM students, studies that are not related to the research questions, and studies that are not of undergraduate STEM university students, such as high school STEM students and postgraduate STEM students. Here, we'll have a quick overview of the analysis of findings. Here we can see the number of countries that I found our findings from. As you see, the United States, the United Kingdom, and Ireland had the most number of studies in my findings. This is the list of the journals that were included. Once again, the European Journal of Engineering Education had the highest number of studies, and as you will see, in the domains, engineering had the most number of studies using PBL as a problem-solving method. This is when This is when PBL was introduced to the students in undergraduate level. This does not include studies that were introduced from first year and then continued upwards. This basically just tells us in fourth year, these number of studies then introduced PBL learning and so forth. So this is when it was particularly introduced, not whether or not it was carried on for all of the years. In our thematic analysis, here we have the role of prior knowledge. In our thematic analysis, we have found 4 themes that were the most prominent in the studies. We have role of prior knowledge. This is how content knowledge imparted to students prior to the introduction of PBL has an effect on the methodology. Teamwork and team composition. This is how teams are formed and composed throughout the different studies. The role of the instructor. This is how the instructor facilitates the students' learning, and contextual learning methods, which is how learning has been enhanced through subject-specific contextual learning methods. Prior knowledge is the amount of content knowledge imparted prior to the introduction of the PBL methodology. Students need to have a strong base of content knowledge prior to the introduction of PBL, as they rely heavily on that knowledge in order to better engage with their PBL tasks. The most popular approach is to follow the traditional learning approach for 1 or 2 years of undergraduate study. When students have a strong content knowledge base, PBL is viewed more favorably, as this would provide them with the skills and confidence to engage more fully with PBL. When prior knowledge is not carefully reinforced, it might have an adverse effect on the introduction of PBL. Different studies chose different team sizes and compositions, as this varied according to the field of study, the complexity of the problem, and how much experience the instructors had using the PBL methodology in their classes. The most favorable methods across the range of studies are teams of 3 to 5 students, depending on the class sizes and complexity of the problem, teams formed and chosen by the instructor, in most cases in order to pre-screen and evenly distribute students with different academic strengths and skill sets throughout all the groups. It was found that diverse teams in gender, academic knowledge, and technical skills was emphasized throughout all the studies. The instructor in the PBL approach facilitates the students' learning and is not the sole source of knowledge. The instructor acts as a guide by not giving explicit instructions on how to accomplish the task, a motivator by creating the desire to learn in students, an advisor by being approachable and listening to and asking questions from the students, a stimulant of learning and research thinking by encouraging students to think more deeply and conduct external research. They avoided being the expert source of knowledge by not responding directly to inquiries that would lead to giving explicit information. They acted as an evaluator of the team's efforts and gave them feedback on how they approached the problem and also how they solved it. And some instructors have also noted that they found it very difficult, as they were accustomed to traditional learning methods and found it difficult to not impart all of their own knowledge on the students in how to solve the problem. And the final thematic analysis. With PBL, learning can be enhanced through the use of contextual learning methods that are subject-specific in order to equip learners to solve more complex problems. These learning methods introduce real-world scenarios to help students conceptualize the solutions. The examples of learning methods used are a realistic case study format given to students by the learning institutions that the students should find a way on how to solve, a project, such as the major qualifying project in one of the studies that applies the learned material in the students' discipline by creating a solution for real-world problems while working with an external organization. Giving students pre-class activities that need to be completed first in order to give them relevant knowledge how to solve the problems more effectively, and also through computer-mediated learning in a web environment to help them better solve problems. Thank you very much. This is the end of my presentation. If you have any questions and comments, please let me know, and this is our contact details as shown. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nandipa. That was a very interesting discussion on the literature. And I see that Marita, the co-author, has also apologies for that. I see that Marita has also joined. She is the co-author on this paper. So welcome, Marita. And I think both of you would then be willing to take the questions for this session. I'm going to turn it over to Edward now. Sorry, to Ed, and
That's
ask
fine.
him to please pose the questions. Thanks, Ed.
Okay. I haven't had any questions coming through as yet, but I suppose just a comment from my side. I think your findings there fit well with our own experience. I mean, those of us in the problem-based learning domain, you know, the IT and IS, we really use those approaches. So I'd say the findings really accord well with us. We work with groups like that we do our systems development. And especially, you know, at third year is mainly third year and then postgraduate, where we take a deeper problem-based learning approach. But even in first and second year, I think there's scope for applying that in measured manners. So that's just a comment. You know, I think your study's findings really accord well with our own experiences. I haven't seen any questions coming through as yet, Corinne. I don't know if you'd like to add any comments there.
Thank you. Nandipa, did you want to say something just to respond to Ed first? I heard you coming in slightly.
Oh, yes. I was going to say I definitely agree. From my findings, when it was introduced in first year, it was mainly introduced either as a second semester module that then carried on throughout the rest of the graduate's undergraduate degree. But from personal experience as an informatics student at the University of Pretoria, in third year, we had our big project called INF 370, where we basically solved a problem for an external organization. And that really helped in putting all of the knowledge that we had from first and second year, and then putting it all together in third year in order to solve a problem for a company, instead of just relying on our content knowledge that we have learned. So I definitely agree, because it has been the experience that I have had personally as well.
Thank you. I've just got a comment from, sorry, Ed?
No, I was just saying yes,
Okay.
Makes sense.
Okay. Okay. I've got a comment from my side, and I might have missed it on the slide. Sorry, I was trying to read, but your sources seem to be mostly from journals. Is that correct? Where you took your literature from?
Yes, so my sources were mostly from journals. I found them through our UP library, and it's mostly from international journals. I'm not sure if South Africa has had a study of undergraduate PBL use, but that maybe could be something that is looked at in the future, where we as South Africans have findings on there as well.
Yeah, just a comment then from my side. There are a lot of our computer science education research is disseminated via the computing education conferences from the SIGC and the ITC. So I was wondering if you extended the literature survey or the literature review to include places like the proceedings from such conferences, because a lot of work is disseminated at these education conferences on wider than just computer science, the STEM, basically the STEM subjects, which is where you've been focusing. So that might actually give you an additional portal for you to find more reviews, and it would be interesting to see if the sort of the practical side, which is mostly reported at the conferences, is also sort of follows what you've found so far.
Oh, that's that's a
sorry.
Oh.
Sorry, hi Marita. Yeah.
Hi, sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to add to that. I don't know if you can hear me properly, because I'm sitting here in a very windy space with the connection not so well. So I just wanted to say first, well done to Nandipa. But just to respond to your question, I mean, she did look at some databases, like, you know, so it depends where those conferences were indexed.
Yeah.
If they were indexed on you know, in those databases, we would have picked it up. So ideally, one would want to include that, but it depends how well the conferences are indexed.
Of course, yeah. No, I appreciate that you look for the sources that are available, and if you can't find them, then of course, yeah, it's not that easy to include. But thank you. Yeah.
Corinne, I just see two more questions coming through here. I presume those were international databases you searched, or was it limited only to South Africa? And another comment kind of dovetailing with that, I saw your search string was limiting it to specific disciplines, but just a comment from someone saying that a lot of problem-based learning comes from the house science disciplines there may be some insights available there.
Yes, definitely. No, that was my findings as well, that a lot of problem-based learning came from the medical discipline. That is basically how it started, problem-based learning. However, the specific research question was on STEM undergraduate students. So I had to limit my search term in order to find from that particular domain. Could you please repeat the first part of your question? Sorry, I'm not sure if
the first part is that the question revolves around the attendees saying they see only South African results in there. I wasn't sure if I got to that same conclusion, because I presume you searched international journals.
I didn't specifically search for certain countries' journals. However, most of the results came from international journals. So we mostly have our United States. If I can go back to my analysis of findings, here you will see the countries that have been looked at. So we have mostly United States, United Kingdom, and the EU.
Okay, I think then perhaps the attendee was getting to, you know, are there any things that contextualize it more to an African kind of context? You know, are there particular challenges there that need to be addressed? You know, that differs from, say, the broader international experience.
I think there's a lot of research that still needs to be done in South Africa and Africa specifically. I'm not sure that I found anything that could take what I wanted from the studies. So if there is more research, there's definitely more research to be done in South Africa and Africa specifically. So there could be other contextual issues that I might have missed that can be different because of the country that we live in. So that is definitely something that should be looked into, I believe.
Okay, thank you very much, Nandipa. I haven't seen any further questions coming through, Corinne, so I'm going to hand back to you again. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ed. And once again, thank you, Nandipa. That was it was very enlightening what you found in the literature. And as Ed said, it does sort of tie back with a lot of what we find in the problem-solving teaching as well in the undergraduate years. So
thank you.
Once again to you, Nandipa, and to Marita, thank you very much for this presentation. And
thank you.
And this effectively brings us to the end of this session. And we have one more for our conference, one more session starting at 2 o'clock this afternoon. So please come back and join us for our final session this afternoon. Thank you to everyone who's attended, and thank you to all our speakers this morning. Bye-bye.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the session, Interactive Learning, introducing a first year systems
All right, folks, welcome to this Thursday afternoon session, 2 p.m. session, the final session of Sacla 2020. We're glad that you've stuck with us this far, and I hope that we're going to go out on a high note this afternoon. We've got 3 academic presentations left, and then there's a bit of a closing ceremony coming up at the end of this afternoon. Please do stick around for that. There's some important information about Sacla 2021 coming up, and a few other bits and pieces. I just think I should probably warn you all, it's howling a gale here in Grahamstown. Already some colleagues have lost power at home. The campus where most of us are based for this afternoon is still got some power. But if the power goes out here, things could get a little exciting for a bit. So please do bear with us if there's some unforeseen power outages and consequent chaos erupts. But no, let's trust and hope that that doesn't actually occur. The first of our talks this afternoon is going to be presented by Olaperi Okuboyejo. I hope I've pronounced that correctly. She's provided us with a video recording of her presentation, which we'll play in a moment. It's work that she's done with Sigrid Evert, who together with Olaperi is based at WITS, and Ian Sanders from UNISA. And the title of their paper is Goofs in the Class, Students' Errors and Misconceptions when Learning Regular Expressions. So with no further ado, if we can please play the video. Sorry, folks, we seem to be having a slight delay there. I'm not sure what the problem is. There we go. Okay. We're not actually seeing the video playing. We're just seeing a Windows desktop, Dane. I'm not sure what the problem is there. Apologies, folks. The technology's been fairly well behaved all week. It seems to have saved itself for this final session to produce some excitement. Yeah, there we go.
Good day, everyone. My name is Olaperi Okuboyejo, and I'll be presenting a paper titled Goofs in the Class, Students' Errors and Misconceptions when Learning Regular Expressions. This is my presentation outline. I will give a brief introduction, talk about related work, research questions, methodology, results, and round off with discussion and recommendations. First of all, the introduction. What are regular expressions? Generally, regular expressions are used for pattern matching, data validation, text replacement, and reformatting. They are used in Unix tools or utilities They are used in lexical analyzer generators and a wide range of customized software applications. Regular expressions today are implemented in a lot of high-level programming languages. However, in this context, we are focused on regular expressions as one of the topics in the Formal Languages and Automata Theory course, FLAT. This course is taught to computer science majors as part of the curriculum. Students, however, consider regular expressions to be difficult to understand, arcane, and boring. This is the formal definition of regular expressions. A regular expression R over an alphabet is A for some A in the alphabet, or the empty string, or the empty set, or the union of two individual regular expressions, or the concatenation of two regular expressions, or the clean star of a regular expression. Other notations include the clean plus an exponential operator. So why this research? Our long-term goal is actually to develop an intelligent tutoring system that can help in automatic error detection and feedback generation. However, the first step in achieving this is to understand the errors that students make and the misconceptions that they have. And that is why we are doing this research. Now to related work. I must say that compared to the programming domain, a lot of research has not been done on identifying the errors and difficulties in flat topics. I'll review these works that exist. The first work was done by Smith and McCarthy. They identified errors in pumping lemma for regular languages. They were able to do this by reviewing final examination documents and other class activities. Also, Sanders, Pilkington, and Van Staden identified errors in finite automata. A source of the data was exercises designed specifically for the research. Meanwhile, Pillay in 2010 identified the learning difficulties in several flat topics, which are regular languages. This includes regular expression, but it was only touched on the surface. Transducers, context-free languages, and Turing machines. She reviewed assessment tests and weekly tutorials to be able to identify these learning difficulties. Now, what gap did we find in literature and what is the focus of our study? To the best of the researcher's knowledge, there has been no study specifically on students' errors and misconceptions in regular expressions. Now to our research questions. The questions we sought to answer are: 1. How can we classify errors students make when learning to construct regular expressions? 2. What misconceptions do the students acquire during learning that lead to the errors? Methodology. How did we go about this research? The methodology for this research followed the nomenclature and approach proposed by Pilkington and Pretorius in 2015. First, excuse me, we adopted the interpretivist philosophical worldview, and this guided our overall approach. The interpretivist inquiry is subjective, and its purpose is the understanding of a particular situation from the perspective of the participants. And our goal was to interpret the prevalent misunderstandings that students have in regular expressions. We employed an empirical design using the case study approach. Our case study was Wits University. Our data source were past examination scripts of students that had answered regular expressions, and we analyzed these documents qualitatively. Of course, we obtained ethics clearance for this work and other approvals required. It was only after the necessary approvals were obtained that data collection commenced. The data. As mentioned, our source were previously answered exam questions on regular expressions. by third-year computer science students at Wits University. The regular expressions were obtained from student solutions to 6 questions from 2015 to 2018. A total of 393 student solutions were initially reviewed. 150 of those were correct solutions, while 228 were incorrect. The incorrect solutions were then further analyzed to answer the research questions. Now to our results. We were able to classify the errors students make when learning regular expressions into 3 broad categories: syntax errors, slight errors, and logical errors. The logical errors were further classified into 3: additional restriction error, omitted restriction error, and incorrect restriction error. To explain these errors, we're going to use some examples, some sample solutions to this question. It was obtained from the 2017 year. The question says, give a regular expression for the following language: a to the power of n such that n is greater than or equal to 2, n is not equal to 5, and n is not equal to 7. A sample solution is presented. It says a to the power of 2 union a to the power of 3 union a to the power of 4 union a to the power of 6 union a to the power of 8 in concatenation with a to the power of the clean star. Now to the errors. The first class of error is the syntax error. These errors occur when there is a violation of the standard rules of writing regular expressions. Instances of syntax errors include starting or ending with an incorrect symbol or operator. We have an example given here. As seen in this example, the student's regular expression ends with a union operator, which is incorrect because a union operator requires 2 operands, but here we have just 1 operand. Other instances of the syntax error includes using an invalid symbol, having mismatched parentheses, using an incorrect type of bracket delimiters. Now to the next class of error, slight errors. Slight errors are due to slips. Slips are incorrect answers given carelessly, and usually they are caused by accident. So we say an error is a slip if it can be corrected by a single edit. And instances of slight errors include 1. Using a clean star instead of a clean plus and vice versa. From the example, we can see that if the clean plus was used instead of the clean star, the solution would have been correct. Other instances of a slight error are using a concatenation operator in the place of a union operator and vice versa. Writing a letter of the alphabet in place of another. So these are other instances of the slight errors. Now we move to the third main category, which is the logical error. These errors are present in regular expressions that are valid syntactically, that is, they are void of syntax errors. However, they do not fully cater for the requirements or restrictions in the given question. There are 3 types of logical errors. 1. The additional restriction error. 2. Omitted restriction errors. 3. Incorrect restriction errors. Now, we start with the additional restriction error. These errors occur when students include additional restrictions either implicitly or explicitly, thereby not representing some valid strings. This means that the regular expression is only representing a subset of the valid strings as specified by the language. So instances include 1. The RE does not represent all possible word lengths in the given language. In this example, we can see that the RE does not represent a string length of 2, which should be valid. So we say that an additional restriction has been put by the student, and this has prevented some valid strings, in this case a string length of 2. Other instances of the additional restriction errors include the words that are represented by the regular expression only start or end with a subset of the combination of letters that words in the language can start or end with. So these are also additional restriction errors. Now we move to omitted restriction errors. These errors occur when the regular expression leaves out some restrictions, thereby representing invalid strings. This is actually the opposite of the additional restriction errors. Here, some restrictions have been left out, and now the regular expression is representing strings that it shouldn't represent. We have an example here, and this regular expression given incorrectly represents the empty string. Meanwhile, the question specifies that the length should be greater than or equal to 2, but the restriction that should have ensured that in the regular expression is missing. So we call it an omitted restriction error. Down to the third category of the logical errors, that is the incorrect restriction errors. Really, this class of error is a combination of the two previous errors. So these errors occur when the restrictions specified on the given question have been violated from both ends. Unspecified restrictions have been included and required restrictions have been omitted. Therefore, the RE both represent invalid strings while it does not represent some valid strings. And some examples are presented. In the first example, we see that this regular expression does not represent a to the power of 3, which is meant to be a valid string. However, it incorrectly represents a to the power of 5, which is meant to be invalid. This table presents a summary of our error classification. Of all of the 393 solutions, 150 solutions were correct, leaving 228 solutions incorrect. Out of those 228 incorrect solutions, we had 40 syntax errors, 20 slide errors, 58 additional restriction error, 73 omitted restriction errors, and 37 incorrect restriction errors. Now to the misconceptions. To answer our second research question, we also identified some misconceptions. Number 1, we discovered that the students had the wrong notion that they only needed to handle explicitly stated requirements without giving thought to implicit requirements in the question. For example, a question required that every second symbol of a string should be the letter B. Looking at that question, there are some implicit requirements. One, for example, is that the string does not have to end with the letter B, and the string does not have to be of even length. It can be of even or odd length. But in answering that question, we saw that a good number of students wrote regular expressions that can only be of even length and that always ended with a letter B, which is not always the case. So those implicit requirements were not stated, but they were implied. However, we saw that the students couldn't really pick that up, and they left it unattended to. The second misconception we identified was that students had a faulty knowledge on how to use the empty string. If you notice from the table presented a while ago, question 5 had the lowest success rate, and this was primarily because the students could not discern when to use the empty string. That was the only question that required an empty string, and they had difficulty in using it properly. The third misconception was on the use of the clean star. So we found that some students don't realize that it is possible to have an empty string when using the clean star. So in questions where an empty string is not permitted, they still use the clean star, perhaps due to a misconception of how the clean star operates. So these are the misconceptions that we identified. Now to a brief discussion. From our research, from our study, we saw that only 38% of the 393 solutions were correct. This further validates that students find regular expressions to be difficult. The least type of errors were the slight errors, just 9%, and this is in line since they are slips just due to accidents. Syntax errors were 17%, leaving the highest category to the logical errors with 74%. Based on our study, we also make some recommendations that can help to improve the teaching of regular expressions. 1. Focused practice exercises. So exercises can be developed to buttress the identified areas that students struggled with. So we've been able to identify some areas that students struggle with. Practice exercises can be developed to focus on these areas in order to help the students practice and gain the knowledge better. The second recommendation is the need to emphasize a broad perspective. In the course of lectures, instructors can emphasize how to think about regular expressions from a broad point of view so that the students can learn how to handle implied requirements. So if the students are conscious of the fact that the stated requirement is not the only thing that needs to be catered for, but there are some implied requirements as well, then they are able to look at it from a broader perspective. The third recommendation is the need for real-life examples. From a question we reviewed, we saw that the students struggled with representing the year, and they represented invalid year strings such as 00009999. But we believe that if more real-life examples are given to students, then they are able to relate with regular expressions beyond zeros and ones, A's and B's that we find in a number of textbooks on regular expressions. 4. Special attention to some operators. We also believe that instructors can focus on the operators that we discover that students have difficulties using. For example, the empty string, and perhaps to also stress a little bit on the clean star and its operation as against the clean plus. The fifth recommendation is the ability to learn from errors. It is actually possible to make students learn from these errors that we have uncovered. First, the details of the error categories identified can be made available to students. This knowledge can guide them in assessing their own solutions and prevents them from making the same errors. We also believe that lecturers can present incorrect solutions to students either during lectures or tutorial sessions and ask the students to identify the errors in those incorrect solutions. By trying to identify the errors and misconceptions, the students will be able to sharpen their skills and also be wary of search. So in conclusion, a total of 393 student solutions to regular expressions were qualitatively reviewed. We found out, we categorized the errors into three broad categories: the syntax errors, the slight errors, and the logical errors. We were also able to identify underlying misconceptions responsible for the errors. The information obtained is useful to lecturers and tutors because if carefully considered, it will help to improve future delivery of the course. And finally, considering the new generation classrooms and increase in the adoption of e-learning, massive open online courses, and distance learning, the ultimate goal of this research is to utilize these findings in the development of an intelligent tutoring system that will automatically detect errors and give feedback to learners directly on their mobile devices anywhere, anytime. So we plan to incorporate these classes of errors in the development of a system that can help students detect their errors automatically and give them feedback on how to fix the errors. These are our acknowledgements and our references. Thank you for listening.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Olapiri. It was a fascinating presentation. Just a reminder, folks, if you have any questions, just press the Q&A button at the bottom of your Zoom window and type your questions in there. I'm going to hand over to our Q&A coordinator, who's Ingrid Seeberger, for this session, and she will relay any questions you've asked to Olapiri, who has joined us for the question time. Ingrid.
Hi. Thank you, Olapiri. That was a very interesting presentation. We've got one question in so far, and that is, do you have any examples of a broad perspective that could be used when dealing with regular expressions?
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you for the question. From our study, for example, we found out that students struggled with a particular question that was actually like a real life example question. So they were asked to represent the year, and then we saw funny results of the year, allowing outside the boundaries of the years that were specified and years that literally don't exist, because they were used to representing series of zeros and ones, A's and B's. And then when they saw the question, they just represented the year string literally as a set of zeros and ones. And so if students are given more real life examples, then they would be able to more like think outside the box, so to say, and then they'll be able to see other examples and the practical use of regular expressions actually in real life, and it will help them. Because, and then also from the example that I showed when explaining the misconceptions, we saw that the students were supposed to represent, write a regular expression that allows every second symbol to be a B. Now that question has hidden requirements, so to say, but they were just focused on every second symbol is a B, because even the lecturer had a discussion with the students and most of them said that was what they thought the question was about. So they need to be able to look at the question thoroughly and then look at it and then try to weigh all the sides to be able to see what exactly is expected to answer the question correctly.
Following on from that, I mean, from what you've said and also from your main error categorization being logic errors, it sort of sounds like the student body, particularly in the cohort you looked at, need perhaps more development in terms of problem solving skills. So they're seemingly not able to fully identify the components of the problem and then be able to address the problem. So to me, it sounds like it's a fundamental problem solving issue that a lot of the students are suffering from.
Yes, I quite agree with you. And then of course, the lecturer noticed that sometimes they just try to kind of link an examination question to an example they've seen, and then they just try to give rote answers without, looking at it thoroughly. So yes, I think I will agree with you. That is very correct.
Okay. If there don't seem to be any other further questions, so it would just need to say thank you very much for your time. Thank you for answering the 2 questions that we did have, and thanks for your presentation. I'm going to hand back to George.
If I can jump in with a quick question of my own. You mentioned that you're wanting to develop an interactive automated tutor kind of system. I was wondering, it's been a few months since you submitted your paper. Have you started work on that? Have you got any development plans in place?
Yes, I've actually started work on that because, this was the first part of the research which has been done a while ago. And yes, so we currently at the work, we've been able to detect all classes of errors. So given a regular expression, we can automatically say this is the type of error. So we don't just want to say this is the type of error. We want to be able to tell the students, of course, it's a regular expression, but we want to be able to points the student to the portion of the regular expression that has the error. Of course, there might be more than one portion. So we've been able to do that, I mean, for the syntax and the slide errors. So yes, we're looking at it in depth for the logical errors. So we can say that there's a logical error. We can say this is the type of logical error. But now we want to be able to say, these are the portions where you might need to focus on, because we don't just want to detect the errors, we want to give enhanced feedback that will tell the students, just like in a tutoring session in a class, a tutor can say, look at here and here, there, and perhaps do one or two things to fix your regular expression. So that's our ultimate goal. So, and to do that, we have to be able to say, this is where the error is exactly. And then now look at the feedback generation aspect to see how much feedback we really want to give the student, because we don't want to spell it all out, but then we want to give intelligent feedback that will still let the students think, but not get frustrated, and the students can still fix the error. Yes, so yes, we're going on that thing.
I think that's going to be a tough job for logical errors, so wish you well in your
Yes,
endeavors.
yes.
Thank you,
you.
Alapiri. That's been a fascinating presentation. Thank you for coming along to answer the questions in particular and preparing the video for us. Folks, our second talk this afternoon is going to be presented by Rihanna Steyn, who, together with her co-authors at the University of Pretoria, Dana Coetzee, Marissa de Villiers, and Adriana Botha, have produced the paper Interactive Learning, Introducing a First-Year Systems Analysis and Design Course. And Rihanna Steyn will be presenting that herself. So Rihanna, over to you, please.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to share my screen quickly. I also did a pre-recording purely for the reason that I've got small kids running around and they might be screaming and shouting in the background. So I will be doing the questions then afterwards as well. So enjoy.
Thank you.
Can you see?
We can.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the session Interactive Learning, Introducing a First-Year Systems Analysis and Design Course. I'm Rihanna Steyn. I've got three co-authors, Adriana Botha, Dana Coetzee, and Marissa de Villiers, who is also online at the moment. This is a pre-recording purely to try and make sure that bandwidth is not an issue for you guys or for me. And also because I'm working from home and there might be one or two kids popping in, popping out. So you will also hear on some of the recordings their voice, but that's working from home at the moment, I assume. This is the agenda we will be following. We'll do a brief introduction of the topic, followed by literature review, methodology that we followed. I will also introduce the interactive content to you, findings analysis, and then the conclusion. If we're looking at what's going on around us, we see that we've got different types of students entering campuses today. There's a much higher need for them to have us engage in their world, and both educators and students are using multimodalities to teach and learn. We need to see the world through their eyes and using technology they are using as educators, and by doing that we will keep them engaged in the learning process and keep them interested. And then we need to harness the technologies that they're used to and enhance and adjust our traditional teaching methodology. Students need to become active participants in the learning process. We've been seeing that for quite a while now, but the question is, how do we do that? How do we get that interaction from the student's side? If we look at interactive learning, we see that it is again a combination of the traditional learning methods combined with aiding some sort of a technology. And then by combining technology and teaching, we give the students the best of both worlds. And if we look at interactive teaching methods used in education, this encourages the interest in a certain profession. It promotes an efficient acquisition of training materials. It promotes conduct and it provides high motivation, strength, knowledge. It triggers something in the students to want to find out more because they've got this interactiveness going on. If we look at challenges with interactive teaching and we look at the massive classes we have currently at university level, it does become a problem to really do interactive classing or interactive teaching in interactive classes. And it sometimes becomes a bit more impersonal and provides little opportunity for students to ask questions, but they also have an opportunity to guide themselves through this learning process. If we look at learning sciences, we see that it's the study and design of learning environments and the different contexts in which learning can take place. Academics from many fields and institutions worldwide provide their knowledge as a contribution to research on the learning. And as this field is emerging and evolving, many universities worldwide have started offering graduate programs in learning sciences. And what we are looking at is the particular interest in the use of technology in education and how that can enhance teaching and learning. And in the end, the goal is for us to understand how learning works and to shape the ways that learning environments and resources are designed and are used. So what did we do in the end? In the end, we developed an interactive infographic. This is quite a while that we've been working on this. We had another researcher on the project previously who helped us design the infographic, and then from there onwards, we took it further and we made this thing interactive and come to life. So what is an interactive infographic? So if we look at literature, it's a combination of graphic data, visual data, text, and in the end, everything needs to tell a story. And with the infographic, the student is able to manage back and forth through content, work through certain content, and then the researchers, we created a few videos, which was, some of it was embedded in the infographic and some of it was on a YouTube channel, which the students could then link into directly from the infographic. So if they were struggling with a specific concept at that point in time, they could then go into the video on YouTube and go and re-look at that the whole time to make sure that they understand the content. I'll show you, I'll do a little demo of the infographic just in a while. So the infographic that this study is on, in the meantime, we've created a few more, but this specific study is on introducing basic systems theory. And here is where we divided systems theory into 4 themes, and you'll see that the infographic is divided into 4 corners. And then basically what we did is we introduced the students to systems concepts. This is the first design of the infographic. Since this design, it's gone through a few iterations, but the paper is based on this design. So this infographic prints perfectly on an A4 page. And what's cool about this is if you take the content that's on here, it's basically the same as the content that was on 91 slides. So it kind of replaced a few slides. And then the other thing is that this one is the static version, and then we've created through software called iSpring or Doodly, obtained licenses, and through that software we've managed to create the interactiveness into this infographic. But I will explain and demo that in detail just now. So before I show you a little demo of the infographic, let me just show you the sections. If you click on one of the parts of the infographic, that will enhance a section of the infographic. And then if you then click on a section within that section, for example, the bicycle example that you can see in the middle picture, it will open up a picture or some sort of a link to either a YouTube video or a video embedded as on the right hand side, or it just opens up my voice narrated explaining the concept in more detail to the student, explaining more examples for the student. So let me quickly show you a little demo.
This is the typical layout of what the infographic looked like, and then you will see there's arrows, which is called hotspots. If I then click on an arrow, it takes me to that part of the infographic, and then once I'm there, if you click on one of these circles, these are also the hotspots, you will then, one of the simplest ways to explain what a system is to look at the bicycle. Hear voice narrations, or there's another voice narration. Can you still remember the definition of a system? Or it might be that you click on a link which then takes you to a YouTube video. The YouTube videos was also created by the lecturers or the researchers themselves. Another example is system classification. The class in which a system falls determines the methods, and then for the classification there's the different types of systems, and if I then click on one of these tiles, open versus closed systems. Most systems we work with will be open. You hear again my voice narration. Abstract versus concrete systems. An abstract system is generally not something you can... And this then explains the layout of the infographic.
From a methodology point of view, we had 375 students enrolled in this course. We made the infographic available through our LMS through a SCORM package. And then they also wrote a formal assessment in the form of a semester test later after the infographic was made available. We then asked them through a Google survey to fill in a few questions for us, and in the end we got 99 usable responses. We also got full ethical clearance from our university to do this with the students. And then if we looked at the infographic itself, we saw 223 students access the infographic, which was quite a lot. And we saw that they spent an average of 26.7 minutes on the infographic. Now, we don't know exactly if they actually worked through the infographic. We can't trace that statistics, but this in the end for us at least showed us they did open the infographic and they worked through the infographic. And then we analyzed the data from the Google survey, Google Form survey through both Microsoft Excel as well as SPSS. And the methods we used in our analysis is frequency analysis per question, multiple response frequency analysis, cross-sectional analysis, graphical representations. And the analysis that I'm going to show you is more the graphical representations. In the paper, we've got all the more statistical analysis. So let's look at the findings from the survey. We asked the students to tell us the technology that they used to access the infographic, because if you create it in iSpring, you can see what it would look like typically on a phone or a tablet or a laptop or a PC. And 71% of the students said that they actually accessed it through their laptops, which was a bit of a surprise because we actually thought it's going to be more on their mobile phones or tablets, but they at least accessed it through the laptops. And 91% of the students felt that the infographic worked well on the device that they used, because we had to make sure that they can actually view it through their devices. Now, a small percentage said they used it through their smartphones, and that was good. But as I said, we really thought more students will access it through their mobile devices rather than their laptops, but that's what the data is telling us. So the successful use of the infographic, we asked the students if they thought the infographic could successfully be used in one of the following contexts: presenting lectures, explaining study material, used in learning activities, showing examples, summarizing content, studying for the semester tests. And it's clear that the students did feel that the infographic can be used on any one of these, for any one of these reasons. And students do see the value of using an alternative approach to understand content of the module in various scenarios. As I said earlier, we made a few videos. Some of it was embedded into the infographic and others were placed in YouTube with a link from the infographic. And 60% of the students preferred it in the infographic and 40% preferred the link to YouTube. Don't know the reason why. But the students did feel that accessing the videos was fun to watch, at least, as well. On the specific videos, we asked them if the videos helped them or explain certain contexts or concepts better, and they said that it was appropriate, it was relevant, it was fun to watch, and it was easy to access. We are working on the fun to watch one. I would like that one to be in the 70s as well, but that's the responses. At least they do feel that the videos we gave them helped them understand, it was relevant, easy to access, and appropriate to watch. So we had to know if the infographic, the students actually felt that it helped them. So we asked them if the infographic improved their knowledge, was it easy to use, was it useful, and can it be used to prepare them, as they already wrote their semester test, for preparing for the semester test. And it's clear that they did feel that it improved their knowledge, they did feel that it's really easy to use, they did feel it's useful, and it could be used for studying for tests and exams, which was really a good outcome for us. An interesting thing, which the students then, they had an open question to give us some recommendations of how they would make this infographic work even better for them. And interesting, all of them wanted some sort of a question or questions or a quiz or something that we could use to measure whether what we've given them, they could actually understand it, and we can then measure that. We've now started building that into newer versions of the infographics by tools that the university bought or got licenses for at the end of the last year. So hopefully we've addressed that need the students have, but it was interesting to see that they want to have some sort of a self-assessment to see where they really are in this process and if they really understand the context. And then some of them said they really wanted more examples. We're also working on that at the moment. So as a conclusion, we gave the students something which they could engage with in their terms. Obviously, we gave it to them just before a semester test. Well, not just before, I think it was a month before the semester test, which we released it, but they could use it for the semester test and they could work through that. Working through familiar technology and engaging with the content helped them to gain a deeper level of understanding. They understood the work better. It could be applied in various learning activities, and we're playing around with that a little bit. And when we implement technology, you have to just understand one thing, that this was not easy, and it is careful planning. You have to make sure why you're using a video, why a narrated voice or a narrated PowerPoint, and bringing in the questions that they want to have us bring in. That's also a planning thing, is to make sure that we ask the right questions so that they do get value from using this interactive material. And then how do we measure the incorporation of technology through learning science focuses into our teaching. And we looked at that as well. So in the end, it did look like the infographic worked. It did look like the students enjoyed it. And it did look like they could gain knowledge through it and they understood the content a bit better. Future study, what we're trying to see in the future, obviously now with COVID this year, some of the future studies are now parked for next year, is to see whether we could do some sort of a trace in terms of the marks, that the marks improve based on this. Yeah, to see how we can take this further. Thank you very much for listening. Is there any questions?
Okay, so that's my presentation.
Thank you, Rihanna. That was a very interesting concept, a very interesting idea. I see we haven't got any questions on the Q&A channel just yet, so I think I'm going to jump in and ask one straight away, if that's okay by Ingrid.
Yeah.
And that was, you kind of commented on in your presentation, was the remarkably low use of smartphones by the students. And I must admit, one has this impression that one students spend their whole time with their heads in their phones, and then suddenly a very small percentage were actually using them to do academic work on. Have you had a chance to explore that, even anecdotally? I was curious.
Well, not with the infographic at the one that we've done for the paper, but yeah, that was one of the biggest surprises for us, because I made sure when I designed this thing, one of the things that I didn't mention is we used Meyer's design principles, and to make sure that whatever we design it on, is based on proper design principles. And we specifically designed it so that it does work on smartphones. That was the the biggest focus. And and then that was the one that they used the least. So we've now started with newer versions of this, as I said, and that's one of the things which I want to see going forward. But as I said, with COVID happening this year, everybody's still on laptops, I assume. So we will try and see next year how that will change, and if that will change, because we're all spending time on their phones. Well, we thought that.
Indeed. I see we have got some questions in. Let me hand you over to Ingrid.
Thanks.
Hi, Rihanna. Before I relay questions from the attendees, I want to jump in with my own quickly. You mentioned at the end that as one of the things going forward is to look at impact on marks. And I was wondering if you had any ideas yet around that. How would you be able to tease out the use of the infographic versus just the fact that they loved coming to your class as the reason for, for the improvement in marks or something like that?
Yeah. So one of the things that one would obviously do is to do an experiment, and then you give one group the infographic and another group not, which to get ethical clearance for that is a bit of a nightmare, because I'm going to have some students that's more advanced than others. But what we've now done, and it's actually probably going to be next year's Sacla, but what we've done is with the new software that the university has acquired, we've got an option where we can actually track in real time marks. So as they go through the content and I do the quizzes and the questions, we already allocate marks to that student, and then I can really see, did he learn whatever he was supposed to learn? Whether I would be able to then match that exactly according to a semester test or an exam, even in the end, that's the other question that still arises. But I now have a tool that I can start using to, as they go work through the content, stop and ask the question. And the question could be anything from a normal quiz to a fill-in to a write a little essay or a little paragraph on this. And then we've got marking linked to that, which that's actually something that I've been doing now with the whole COVID thing, and that's worked brilliantly. So that will be a way of going forward.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Then we've got so far 3 questions from the floor. First being, did you use graphical designers?
So yeah, we have a graphical designer at the university. So we design the picture we want on an A1 page, and then I give that to her, and then we start working together. And yeah, so we do use graphical designers for that.
Okay, and the next one, what tool did you use to develop the infographic?
So it's called iSpring, which is software. It's quite expensive. Luckily, I got a little grant and I could use that for the software, but it's about 15,000 Rand once off. And then I can use it on 5 computers. So the team that's working with me, I can give them licenses as well. So at least that's one of the benefits. So that was the one thing. So the infographic itself is iSpring. And then the other tool for the videos, we use Doodly or Toonly to create the videos for us. Yeah. Oh, well, to create the videos in.
Okay, and then our last question at the moment says, any indication of how much time or effort was involved for you and your colleagues to create this interactive infographic? And following up from that, do you have any comments on how good the trade-off was in time investment versus gain for the student learning?
So, yeah, I must say the first version took a long time. And it's purely because I had to also figure out the software, to play around with the software and how do I work and how does that work. So the first version took a few weeks, in fact, because I also had to do that in between all my other work. But once you've figured that out, it's really easy. If I just think of how quickly I was able to put content on, live interactive content on our platform with lockdown, within a week, I basically had 6 recordings done. Everything was already at the place they were supposed to be. They were on the interactive platform. So yeah, it's just to sort it out in the beginning to figure out the software. But once you've done that, I don't think it's so much, it takes so long. And then the effort versus gain for the students, will we ever know that? Will we really ever know whether all the work we try really as passionate academics is really, the students really enjoy that? They enjoy it and they work with it, but if it's really paying off as we think it is, I don't know if we'll ever really know that answer.
Fair comment. Okay, that's all. That's all the questions we have from attendees and from myself. George, if you have any more, otherwise I'm just handing over to you anyway.
Great, thank you, Ingrid. And yeah, thank you again, Rihanna. It was a really interesting approach to engaging our students. I think are all very much involved with technology, even if different technologies to what they use for accessing your infographic, it seems.
Thank you. So one of my co-authors, sorry, George, has just sent me a message and says effect on educational initiatives will only be visible from about 2 to 3 years of implementation.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Maybe. Anyway.
Yeah, I think to do it properly, one doesn't need to do a longitudinal study and try and get some sense of trends over time. And then controlling for other effects gets interesting. So yeah, none of this is ever easy to prove definitively, but certainly looks like a very effective way of engaging our technologically minded students. I think a very helpful contribution and very much in line with the whole Sacla philosophy. So thank you for your presentation, Rihanna. Enjoyed it very much.
Thank you. Bye.
Folks, we're running a little bit early, but there's quite a lot that we need to cover in the closing ceremony. So I think we'll move straight on. We're only about 5 minutes ahead of schedule to the final academic presentation for this afternoon. That is going to be presented by Nobert Jere, and is an evaluation of how visually impaired students have found the learning management system at the university where he and his co-authors are based, namely Walter Sisulu University. He's written the paper together with Nosipho Mavuso and Samalisiwe Jacob. And I think we're all finding that we have increasing numbers of students with differing levels of challenges that they face. We've certainly had a severely visually impaired student come through the department here, and anything we can do to help them and anything we can find out about how better to support them is to be welcomed. So Nobert, if we can hand over to you for your presentation. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. I will just share my screen here and let me know if you...
Okay, we're seeing your Gmail. And we seem to have, oh, there we go.
Are you able to see?
Excellent. We are viewing your slides clearly. If you could perhaps get a little closer to your microphone, you're a little soft.
Okay, so is that fine?
Yes, that's great. Thanks, Nobert.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, George, for the opportunity and the participants at this time. The last presentation, evaluation of the visually impaired students' perspectives on using a learning management system, which is called WISE Up at Walter Sisulu University. This research was motivated by the fact which I think in the introduction George mentioned, that we are having a large number of students who are sort of excluded in the learning management system or even university websites that we use. So it's something which we have grown some interest in, to say if we are to be a sustainable society as technologists, our solutions must be inclusive and include everyone. I wrote this paper with Nosipho Mavuso, who is also a lecturer at Walter Sisulu. What makes me more excited is our third author, who was a BTech student last year. I understand Nosipho is also online. So I will go straight to the presentation. So as of 2018, you might be seeing the numbers there. You see that our water Sisulu definitely, at the time we got the latest statistics at this point, we were having 30,814 students, but there are more now. I think it's 33 or so. But if you look at those who are using WhatsApp, you find that the latest number of active students, or those who are sort of using the WhatsApp, was just under 6,000. I understand now, before lockdown, that number was something like 9,000. So you can still see that, okay, there is still a huge number which is not being used in WhatsApp. However, our interest was not generally for everyone. We tried to say, let's focus on those who might be disadvantaged. So we focused on the visually impaired students. This is a situation where you say, yes, it's just loss of sight, which is difficult to treat, and it affects many students, many lecturers. So that was the focus of the participants. And of course, like you can see, majority people of the students, they will consider this as some form of disability. So we didn't have a large number of students. Only less than 40 of them participated. And what motivated us is, even the time we engaged, the very few of them in focus groups or in meetings with one person to go through a website, it was fascinating to see the comments which they were giving. So generally, you find that students are excluded. Visually impaired students are sort of excluded from development of these learning management systems. As universities will all understand, our WhatsApp is just the blackboard. And even if you take your Moodle, it's developed, and universities try to just customize. But when this is done, you find that not all are included. So in our case, we say visually impaired students were sort of excluded in their use. Just to go on, you find that there is this societal exclusion of some people as technology evolves, which is something which I personally am not a fan of. I am happy when technology accommodates everyone, which is difficult, but at least we should make effort as a technology to do that. Those who are visually impaired, they have also rights. Remember, they need to write the same exams with everyone else. They need, in most cases, we actually give them the same time of writing, even if they are practical exam papers. So we see that as technology becomes popular, less consideration of those who are visually impaired and lecturers has been done, which makes me or us worried, because then we are excluding a big number of people. If you look at the world population and even the latest statistics, the numbers of visually impaired people is very, very huge. So you can see that from the picture, the way many of our people who are visually impaired struggle. They try, they do all, they struggle. So we were saying, okay, let's look at the learning management system our university is using and try to see how it is accommodating, if it does. Even our website, so one of the interesting things, I actually use the slides which we are seeing are basically that's the university template. So If you ask me, does it accommodate those who are visually impaired or not? The answer for now is I wouldn't say I know, but these are typical things. If you go to when we're doing, you visit many, when we're doing the work, we visited many websites. You check Waters School University, Nelson Mandela University, Rhodes University, University of Kotte, University of one for UCT. You check, when you engage those people, they will tell you, oh, this is more like, this is more like, this is what we want. So we learned a lot from the interaction. This picture is just showing you the trouble which those who are visually impaired are facing. Now our approach was simple, it was qualitative, we engaged through participatory design. We were mainly interested in them telling us, is it good, is it what they would like? Can they see what will make them more comfortable? So in total, 33 participants then participated, and we deliberately gave an online questionnaire which actually didn't follow any visual impaired guideline or any form of design guideline. We deliberately did that because our argument was also that those who design solutions for us, in most cases, they also sort of just design and they don't include people. So the students even had some issues. They say, no, the questions, the phone, some of them I can't read. I had to ask my friend to read them. Some of them, they are too small. They gave a lot of comments even on the questionnaire itself. So our objective was just to get their perception and how they feel based on the website. Of course, in our case, there wasn't any participant who was totally blind. There were a number of them who were sort of just low vision, those who can't see properly or clear. Then we asked them how frequent they go or if their wives up. You could see that yes, a good number would say yes, I do visit because most of them material is available online. But you see some also, the highest number, which was 17, saying they don't often visit there. And you see later on what they say when they are visiting. This is basically to show you what our current learning management homepage looks like. This is if you go to your Waters School University. This is the homepage that we have as I speak. So I guess, of course, it's a screenshot, but you can go also online. You can also have the comments. So our research actually was to go through them and say, okay, there is my course, Development Software 3 is my course which I was teaching. So there is the course. What do you like about it? What do you see? They gave the comments. We go through. That's the page which you see, which shows the different courses, and these are the different courses which I have taught, which will be appearing on the screen. So we asked also some leading questions. I understand that there were some arguments from the reviewers to say they were leading. They were leading so that we just get whether we wanted them to say yes or no. For example, do you like the WhatsApp homepage? Yes or no? That's how we wanted it, so that we learn from them what do they not like. So you can easily see that all of them, they say they don't like the homepage. Is the content well structured? You see majority again. Then the key one was, should it be redesigned? That's where we ended. And so you can see all of them, they were saying, yes, there is need for it to be redesigned. Now, we had what we call, based on on your left, you will see the existing one. Then on your right, you will see what they were proposing. This is basically they actually did on paper. It was just paper prototype. And we were just asking, do you want this in capital letters? Which color do you want? Which colors would you want for this? And which font size would you want? Then they will give us. So in short, in summary, you see the current one on the left, then the preferred one based on those which we engage. It looks like. Then it's the same. Their basic homepage based on what they want. They will just say, if I have something which is home, I click there, then it takes me to home. If I click on courses, it takes me to courses. And when there are, if I have 8 or 5, 6 courses, they must be well paid so that I nicely see. So we sort of making of a number of colors which are light and based on the views of the participants. So this is what they aimed, or they said, okay, you can make it like this and have it designed in such a way like this. Then, so from our results, we clearly see that the students really struggled to navigate on the current learning management system. They actually rely on other students to get information from them. So they say, please download this for me. Please, I heard there is a discussion. Please type for me or answer for me like this. So all students, they mentioned whom we engaged, mentioned that they struggle to read the information which is on our learning management system. The choice of the colors is something which they questioned and which they said they are not so comfortable for their eyes. So from this, we could say that us as developers, as computer scientists, as technologists, as human-computer interaction, as designers, there is need for us to be able to consider all those whom we design for and some form of disability which they might have, so that technology can benefit everyone. We also learned that there is need for platforms that are easy to navigate. It's not easy, I understand, but we try to at least accommodate and try to make everyone, especially those who are visually impaired, accommodated. Then some of these we based now on the literature which is available, which talks about the need to really consider your participants. In this case, we need, when we are designing, when we are developing our learning management system, we need to consider the views of, say, the visually impaired students or lecturers. We need to design something that is easy to navigate, something that you can easily check and do, something that is user-friendly. Usability is key, especially when we are to benefit everyone. Then something which other people can easily adopt. And we have seen that possibly the less adoption of our learning management system could be as a result of the way that it is designed. And this is not only for water to school, by the way. Many other websites or other learning management systems that you might find. But as technology, these are just some lessons which we learned, which we think we really need to take into consideration. And we believe through participatory design, people can learn a lot, and through participatory design, you sort of co-design with the community and you benefit. Then sorry, I think something. Sorry, I am missing my, I think it was almost getting to the last slide. I'm sorry for that. Okay, so I think okay. So in conclusion, what we can pick is what we can say is that we had the visually impaired students who were engaged. They had a number of issues which pertains the design, the navigation, the font size, the choice of the colors which were used on the current learning management system. And as a result, they could not be comfortable to develop online, to be always available online. Now we ask ourselves, this was done before COVID-19. And now with COVID-19, we are pushing a lot of information. We are using learning management systems. My question is, have we considered the people whom we are talking about here? Have we taken care of those who have some challenges, or we just focus on putting the content without really making it easy for everyone? I would like to just apologize to say I think one of my conclusion slides is not there, but the conclusion was, as we grow, as we try to improve or incorporate and have sustainable solutions, let us include everyone. Let us have all the people who need our solutions to be involved, and that will help our solutions to assist and benefit our community. And with this, I conclude. I thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Norbert. Let's say, I think an important topic. I see we have got some questions coming through in the Q&A, so I will hand you over to Ingrid to relay those.
Hi, Norbert. Good afternoon. It's been a while since I've seen you face to face. How are you doing?
I am good. Thanks, Ingrid. Good to see you.
Excellent. Okay, so we've got one question from the floor, but before I do that, I'm going to jump in with my own. I had a quick Google and I can see that your LMS system is based on Blackboard. So I was wondering, the changes that you're proposing, is this something you need to work with Blackboard developers in order to achieve for Walter Sisulu? Or is this something that is already possible, that all academics could be doing at Walter Sisulu with just the built-in functionality that Blackboard already offers? You know, is this something that's easy for staff to customize and design themselves?
I think the platform gives the opportunity for people to do so. It's the way we structure the content. There is of course, the way the system, I'm not sure if it's all for other universities as well. So you have to go through ICT. So lecturers, we are given some rights to only upload. We are limited. We can't add, or we can't do most of the things like editing your own course and what is limited to the teaching and learning department. I see that as a challenge, because I know we were using Moodle in some years in Namibia. So a lecturer could restructure the whole course by itself and have all the rights, but we don't have that on this side. So the only thing you can do is basically through your slides, through your information that you upload.
Okay, thank you. Then I've got two questions from audience members. The first one is, in your experience, are visually impaired students given the same amount of time for exams, tests, and practicals? In cases where they're given more time, so for example, being given 45 minutes to complete an assessment where others are given 30 minutes, would you say that this is enough? continuing, these students being taught by people who are not visually impaired, how do their instructors or lecturers judge whether the time given is too much, enough, or too little? And some of these might be potential ideas for future research.
Yes, I do understand. Like, I think even when you were listening, myself, I think I can see properly than many people. So then what it means is I am one of those who would then possibly think, oh, they can write at the same time. Before I do this research, honestly, I would just see, oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Okay. So I was saying, before I did the research, I wouldn't even think that there are students who needed more time than the others. But at our university, it's not being done. I know in Namibia, where I was at some years in Namibia University of Science and Technology, they do so. They give some learners more time, but only those who have presented letters from the doctors that medical or that disability issues. So it's difficult to say how much is enough because it comes in different. Some can see a bit when too close or with big fonts, they nicely see. So it's something which is very debatable, which I can say it's good for future research to really see how we can try to accommodate, and if we are to consider those who are worst affected, how much more time would they need? I think it's something we can consider for the future. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Some more questions that have come through. In your designs, did you consider students' prior knowledge of using computers of these visually impaired students? These students are not immune to lack of knowledge before entering university corridors.
Okay, I think what we picked is there were some students who were not very comfortable. I think about 5 of the students who mentioned that they are not using, besides their eyesight, they are also not very comfortable with the use of computers. So we had such a case, and also on the Eastern Cape Waters Sisulu, considering that some of our students are coming from deep rural areas. Yes, there were some students who really have not seen or used the computer applications for that. And in the end, it adds more to also them now not being able to see properly what is being shared or what is available. Thank you.
Okay, still some more questions. Have you tested your proposed system? And if yes, what was the feedback from the students?
Testing, no. Actually, it was something which I wanted to do for this year. And I actually wanted, as I said, it was done by a BTech student. I would be happy if actually someone did the same for at master's level. Then we have proper time to nicely test. At the moment, it has not been done. The only things which have been done now are where at the university library they are trying to accommodate the visually impaired. But otherwise, in terms of this research, it is still to be done, not yet done.
Okay, thanks. And then finally, how does what you're proposing differ from software like JAWS that allows visually impaired students to hear what they are typing out?
What I like about this is the approach more than the existing platforms. Yes, it will be good to incorporate all those good other softwares into the new design. My personal wish is a new look based on the people who are going to use the system. Whereas, of course, with the accommodation and the consideration of all the best design practices. But I would be happy if at least those who are using are also involved and you bring in all the other working systems or designs and they choose what they would prefer.
Okay, thanks, Norbert. Thanks so much for your time. That's all the questions that we've got this afternoon, but thank you for taking the time to answer them. And I hope you have a good afternoon.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks.
Thank you to Norbert. As I say, an important topic as we encounter more and more visually impaired students and students with other kinds of disabilities. So, yeah, thank you very much, Norbert. That is our final academic presentation. And as somebody commented the other day, we need a big virtual hand clap, not only for the presenters this afternoon, but the presenters over the last 4 days. It's been a learning curve for all of us and a rather different experience of a Sacla conference. But certainly from the levels of interaction, I think we've been pleased. It seems to have engaged the interest of you as our audiences. Not quite the same as being able to get together at the beach for a few days, but a very close second, and certainly under the circumstances, the best that we can do. Folks, we're going to move now into the sort of closing ceremony, if you wanted to call it that. There's the last few things we need to go through, including some presentations of some prizes, etc. But just before we do that, we felt as the Sacla Coordinating Committee for 2020 that it would be correct and appropriate for us to just spend a moment or two to remember someone who passed away recently, who has been a very central figure in computer science academia for several decades. And of course, that's Professor Ken McGregor, who spent his career at UCT and who passed away just a few weeks ago. Ken was a larger-than-life character, and any of us who've been around for any time will no doubt have some very warm memories of Ken and encountering him at conferences like Sacla and Sykes over the years. But what we would like to do at this point is just have a few moments silence in memory of Ken. And so if you would just observe a few minutes silence in respect of a real pioneer of computer science in South Africa. Thank you, folks. Moving on to rather more cheerful matters, I'm going to hand over to Ingrid now, who will be taking us through some of the prize awards, chairman's report, etc. So Ingrid, over to you.
Thanks, George. So afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for staying with us through the last day of Sacla 2020 and all the way to the closing session for this year's conference. We really do hope that despite the conference not having been able to take place face to face, and that this process has been enjoyable for you. And we'd like to thank you all for your attendance, your brilliant engagement, and to all the presenters, our heartfelt thanks for your most innovative and thought-provoking presentations. They've been really wonderful, so thank you. So we're going to begin our closing session with our awards ceremony. So we want to acknowledge the hard work that each of you has put into your research endeavors, and we think you are all winners. But like all things, there was always one paper that just stood out above the rest. So I'm going to let the Sacla Zoom account share the slides for the awards. And our first award will be the best paper of the conference. Okay, and that goes to Kudzai Katsidzira, I hope I've said that correctly, and Lisa Seymour for their paper entitled Factors Impacting Using the Internet for Learning, the Digital Divide in South African Secondary Schools. So heartfelt congratulations from all of us here at Sacla 2020 to you both. I think we're going to be sending you a certificate and a little something in the post, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it should look like that. So well done to Kudzai and to Lisa for a really well-written, very thought-provoking and interesting paper. Okay, so from here, we've also decided on a few awards for attendees, so some spot prizes. So in no particular order, these go to. The second person who registered for the conference is Norbert. Well done, Norbert. So Norbert is our second registration, so he wins the first of our attendee awards. Our next award is the first participants to register for the Zoom webinar. And those go to Ian Sanders and Lisa Seymour, who somehow managed to get the exact timestamp. So I don't know if you two coordinated your efforts, but well done. And the next one is the most consistent asker of questions throughout the conference. And I'm probably guessing most of us know who that is. It goes to Professor Andre Kalitz. So thank you to Andre for all of his really good questions. Next one. Most comical comment during the entire conference, and the committee felt that that was definitely going to be awarded to Sunette Avers for accepting her promotion and allowing us to post her some money. And the next one, I'm not sure if there are any more. Right, the last one. Random number draw for the nth presenter goes to Adelaide Kusena, who was lucky number 17. So well done to everybody, and particularly well done to Kudzai and Lisa for a stunning paper. At this point, I'm going to hand over now to Karen Bradshaw, who's going to give the Sacla 2020 chair report.
Thank you, Ingrid. And hello to everyone again. This is the chairperson's report that that has been prepared by the co-chairs Ingrid and myself. And it's a preliminary report because obviously we haven't completed the conference, but I'm just going to read out what we've got so far. So the report starts with Sacla 2020 had originally been planned to take place from the 6th to the 8th July at the Mpokweni Beach Resort in Eastern Cape. We were quite far into our preparations with a venue when the COVID-19 pandemic struck South Africa. By early April, it was becoming apparent that holding an in-person conference might not be possible, although at that stage, none of us had any idea of the disastrous effect the virus would have on our country and its inhabitants. Thus, before opening participant registration on the 18th of April 2020, the organizing committee made the final decision to hold a virtual conference instead. This was both a relief, having actually made the decision, but also the start of a fairly stressful period in the sense that we had to restart the planning for a virtual conference instead and familiarize ourselves rapidly with technology to support our decision. We were also most grateful to our three sponsors, the Institute of Information Technology Professionals, Rhodes University, and Pearson South Africa, who continued to support our virtual endeavour. Given the current circumstances in our country, going virtual was obviously the right decision, with the result that Sacla 2020 has now taken place. We sincerely hope that all the participants felt that it has worked. We realise that the socialising and networking aspects of a face-to-face conference were missing this week, but hopefully the dissemination of research has been achieved to some degree. For this, Ingrid and I would like to thank our amazing committee members. And first and foremost, our technical guru. He can only be called a guru because without Billy Morgan, we would not have even made it to day 1. Never mind to day 4. So thank you very, very much, Billy. Our program chairs were George Wells and Manelo Nxolo, who did a fantastic job. Sponsorship, Stephen Flowerday. Webmaster, Greg Foster. Our proceedings will be managed by Philip Mechanic and Carl van der Schiff. Treasurer was Cara Watkins. Secretary was Michelle Coupé. And the keynotes and live hosting support came from James Connon and Dane Brown. Technical on-site support came from Chris Morley. And online QA hosting support also came from Ed Delaray. And I apologize if I've forgotten someone. So thank you to our committee. It was wonderful working with you all, and I think we gelled quite well together. Statistics regarding our academic papers are as follows. We had 53 papers submitted. 20 were accepted as full papers. 5 were accepted as short papers. And there was 1 discussion paper. The program committee consisted of 33 members, with a majority being international. At this stage, we haven't yet allocated papers for the Springer volume, but this will be done shortly. I also wish to thank Prof. Bobby Tate for agreeing to handle the submission of papers to Springer. In terms of participation for the conference, there were 110 registrations in total, with a maximum attendance at any session being just over 40. Interim financial statements have been prepared. A quick rundown of those. We were given, or we had 70,000 Rand sponsorship, thanks to Stephen's fantastic work in obtaining that. From this, we paid WIGO, who were our management consultants, or who were going to be running the in-face conference. We paid them only 5,000 at the end of the day. They were very good in reducing their fee substantially once we didn't have any registrations. We did have to set up a registration website through WIGO with a third party, and that was 15,000 Rands worth of website. However, WIGO has told us that this website can be tailored for use next year. We also had some expenses that we incurred prior to going virtual, which were around 9,500. We had technology of 4,000 that we needed to then spend once we went virtual. Actual running costs of our conference, which include things like gifts for our keynotes and just general running costs, 4,500. And I've set aside 2 contingencies, both for the proceedings and for the Springer Journal, just in case we need assistance or anything else that we haven't foreseen for that. 5,000 for proceedings and 10,000 for Springer, which brings us to a total of 53,000 in expenses, which means we've actually still made a profit. So there will, of course, be proper financial statements drawn up once all of these expenses have been finalized. And with that, I don't have anything further from my or from our chairperson's reports, and I'll hand it back to Ingrid. Thanks, Ingrid.
Thank you, Karen. Okay, folks, it gives me great pleasure now to call upon Grace Leung. I hope I've said that correctly, from the University of Johannesburg. Grace is one of the co-chairs for Sacla 2021, and so she is going to get us all excited about next year. So over to you, Grace.
Yes, thank you very much, Ingrid. Hello, everybody. On behalf of the Academy of Computer Science and Software Engineering, I would like to congratulate Karen, Ingrid, and the rest of the Rhodes team for a very successful Sacla. In the spirit of your conference theme, I would like to just jump straight into it and give you the TLDR edition of Sacla 2021. I'm sure throughout the conference, everyone has picked up a recurring theme, specifically about now what? With COVID-19, how are we going to teach everyone? So for us, the theme, well, the initial theme that's being proposed for Sacla 2021 is basically post-pandemic pedagogy. And in terms of a venue, based on what we have heard from presenters previously, we are going to, Prof. Mareko Kutsia has said that we will probably go +1 to Johannesburg for Sacla 2021. Thank you very much. Over back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace, and best of luck from us to you. We can't wait to have really interesting discussions about post-pandemic pedagogy. I think that's going to be fascinating. Okay, then our last speaker for the afternoon, and who will in fact close us off for the entire conference, is Professor Andrei Kalitz from the Sacla overarching body. So I'd like to call on Andrei now. It's over to you.
Thank you, Ingrid. I really appreciate being the last person, the last speaker today. It was a bit nerve-wracking for me to wonder what's going to happen if everything is going to work out successfully. But fortunately, we've come through it, and I have to thank Karen and you and your whole team. I see there are 14 people on your committee for running the first virtual conference, and it was a massive challenge. I can remember talking to Karen saying we discussed going virtual, and we were very concerned about the new challenges, what technology to use and things like that. And both of us were also very sad that we won't be able to meet each other at the gala event and miss the socializing which Sacla brings with it. But very well done, and thank you very much to everyone. To the sponsors, the Institute for IT Professionals of South Africa, Rhodes University and Pearson, thank you very much. I must say the keynote speakers, Helen and Charles, was really very interesting. And as again proven, the Sacla viewpoint which we have taken is to use local speakers, people that we can that can enrich the conference from another viewpoint. And I think both the keynote speakers were fitted in very well, and we thoroughly enjoyed their presentations. I want to thank Karen for her chairperson's report, and we will be putting all the documentation of Sacla on the sacla.org.za website in the next months to come. We made a decision that the AGM and the HOD colloquium will not take place. There were no new items on the Constitution or anything else which we really thought that we need to have an AGM. And from that, I must say, we will definitely at Sacla 2021 pick up all these things. So going forward, our Sacla committee for the next year is I will remain as president of Sacla. Linda Marshall will still remain the secretary. Our new treasurer is Bobby Tate. And then the other three conference chairs, which on our committee is Mac van der Merwe, Karen and Ingrid. And then the new people that will join is Grace and Marika from UJ. And we will, and one thing I will do is within the next months, just as we have now starting to finish this first semester, I just need to get through all of that work. We will have a Teams meeting and have a Sacla executive committee meeting to discuss things going forward. The finances, I'm very happy that we up to date with our finances and we haven't incurred any great losses. I've just received this morning from Bobby the reserve, Sacla reserve amount, and it is around about 160,000 Rand, which is in our reserve fund, which he is managing. I also want to thank George Wells for always helping me with the Sacla website. And then finally, just before I end off, I just would like to say I have taken, at every Sacla, I usually take pictures and then distribute them and put them up and people can download them. And I didn't want to lose that little exercise I do at every Sacla. So I've been taking pictures of all the people I could on the screen, and I've got about 30 pictures. And Ingrid, with you and your daughter, I've also got one, which was very cute for me, our new Sacla youngest member. And yes, I will be sharing them with the organizers so that people can have a look. It was just something from my side. And then I want to thank all the people that attended. I think it was the correct decision that we made, that we opened the registration up, and there was a lot of people that also from our side watched the YouTube video on that side. So it was really a good thing. And I want to thank all the people. Again, I want to thank the committee, and I hope we will see each other all face to face at Sacla 21. Thank you very much.
Andre, thank you very much for those kind words. And I think I speak for the whole organising committee that we certainly appreciate the support we've had from you and the advice when we've been kind of forced to make hard decisions at short notice with very little information. And it's been great to have your input. And folks, as the session chair for this final session, it falls to me to have the final word for the conference. I've been juggling a lot of hats as session chair in various other kind of technical roles during the conference itself, and of course as one of the program co-chairs leading up to the conference and going through the whole reviewing process. But this afternoon, for a moment, I want to put on another hat that I haven't really been wearing through the conference very much, and that's my hat as HOD of Computer Science. And I'm sure Stephen Flowerday, as the HOD of Information Systems, would share similar thoughts. And that is that I've been absolutely blown away. I don't think I've ever been quite as proud of my colleagues as I have been over the last week, particularly, and over the last few months. To see a team of people working together so effectively, pulling together, covering for each other, backing each other up, supporting each other, to take us all through this very uncharted territory that we found ourselves in, has been absolutely amazing. And as I say, I could not be more proud of the team that has made all of this possible. And so, wearing my HOD hat, I would like to thank each and every one of the members of the committee and the technical team that has made all of this possible. And as I say, I'm sure that Stephen would echo exactly the same sentiments. They really have gone the extra mile. People have worked weekends, long hours. Billy has already been mentioned as providing invaluable technical support, and none of this would have been possible without his input on that front. But every single member of this team has played an incredible role and supported and helped all of us. So my thanks to all of them, and Stephen's thanks to all of them. Our thanks to you, ladies and gentlemen, as the folk who've made this all worthwhile by coming along and supporting us and supporting the presenters. If there's no audience to speak to, there is no point hosting a conference. And so none of this would have been possible without your support. And yeah, as Andre has already said, we look forward to meeting again in person in Joburg in 2021 to find out more about those post-pandemic pedagogies. And so until then, it's the Sacla 2020 team signing off. Thank you. Goodbye.